following is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Ohio.
It may be the heat and humidity, or that everything is bigger in Texas, including the moment. But Trevor Bauer loves pitching in Houston. The Indians righty shut down the Astros for 7 innings, and the Bats did the rest. Now the Indians have a chance to win their 3rd series in a row. Danny Salazar will try to follow up the effort of his partner next on Sports Time Ohio. A beautiful day in the Lone Star State as we wrap up this brief 3-game road trip. Indians trying to take 2 out of 3 under the watchful eye of Sam Houston, deep in the heart of Texas. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. It's been an entertaining series thus far. Pitching really always has been the name of this game. And Rick, you go back to spring training, and Terry Francona would tell anyone that would listen that Danny Salazar indeed had the stuff to emerge as the next ace of this Indians pitching staff, and he's gone out and done it so far.
Well, the way he has pitched this year, he certainly has it, with an explosive fastball, an outstanding changeup, and then his last start against Kansas City, 7 2/3 innings, just 4 hits. Oh, and by the way, that's the most hits he's given up all year in any game. Batters hitting just 147 against him, 103 against left-handers, and Danny has been outstanding in his career against Houston. He does not have a win or a loss, but a nice 1.35 ERA. He'll be matched up against Doug Fister, who has pitched well in his career against the Indians at a 5-3 record, and we haven't faced him since 2013.
Going back to last year, Danny Salazar in his last 6 road starts has allowed 3 or fewer earned runs. Hopefully he can stay on a roll here today in Houston. We'll be back with the play-by-play coming up. When we return, Alan Jensen will join us from the studio. Cleveland Indians baseball is brought to you by W.B. Mason, the official office supplier of the Cleveland Indians. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by your local Toyota dealers, visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. out of the tag of Kratz. Swung out and missed. He got him with a breaking ball.
And look at him. He's locked in right now.
He'll roll all the way to third with a one-out triple. Lindor with an RBI single, bringing home Kipnis. Lindor coming out third. He's going to be late home. Rasmussen with the ball. He won't get him. And that'll do it here in the ninth. The Indians, even the series at a game apiece. And we are ready for the finale this afternoon here in Houston, inside Minute Maid Park. Once again, the roof is closed. Temperature in the mid to upper 80s this afternoon. Evidently, that's a little too warm for the folks here in Houston. So we are just about ready for baseball, but let's go down to Andre Nod. Jose Ramirez got beat up last night. Terry Francona said he got, quote, whacked pretty good when he got hit by that pitch. What's the status?
The status is we think he's okay. They did an x-ray last night on his right wrist. The right wrist was the one that he was hit by the pitch with. That wrist seems to be fine. There's no wrap on it or anything else. The thing that's bothering him is his left pinky finger. If you guys remember when he slid into second base in that stolen base last night and slid over the base, that finger kind of got jammed into the bag. Now he did not hit in batting practice with everyone else. They kind of held off to let the swelling go down. He's hit a little bit over the last 15 minutes or so underneath the cage. I asked him about 3 minutes ago how he was. He looked at me and shook his head no, then smiled. So he'll be fine. He'll be available for a pinch hitting, but most likely they'll try to stay away from him today so he can get that day off and be back ready to go on Friday back at home.
Yeah, there's Big Juan Uribe. He's ready to go. He'll be in the lineup today for the Tribe, batting ninth. Let's take a look at the rest of the starting nine for Cleveland under Terry Francona, brought to you by Progressive. Rajai Davis in the top spot once again. Jason Kipnis, who had a big triple last night, will hit in the 2-hole. Then Francisco Lindor, Mike Napoli, Carlos Santana, Marlon Byrd in the middle, and Yan Gomes, Lonnie Chisenhall, and Uribe.
Doug Fister is our Northern Ohio Hyundai starting pitcher today for the Astros. He has a 3-3 record, a .454 earned run average on the year. At home, he is 1-1 and a higher ERA in this ballpark. But he has made 14 starts in his career against the Indians, owns a 5-3 record and a fine .273 ERA. Signed a 1-year deal, 32 years old, after pitching in Washington last year. So he was a free agent in the offseason. Oh, let's check out that defense behind Fister. It'll be Rasmussen left, Gomez in center, Marisnik in right, Valbuena at third, Correa at short, Altuve is at second, Gonzalez back at first base, Stassi doing the catching.
Dale Scott, the crew chief, he's got the plate this afternoon. Bob Davidson down at first. Don't you dare balk today. Lance Barrett at second. Dan Isanya down at third. We are ready now as Rajai Davis stands in. Indians have won 6 out of their last 8. They are 16-14 on the year as Davis takes inside ball 1, and we are underway. Tribe stands in second place in the American League Central Division, 5 games back of the White Sox. There's a strike to even the count. Detroit, Kansas City, both 2 games behind the Indians, 7 games off the pace. And Davis smashes one by Fister on the ground to Altuve. 1 away. It's going to bring up Jason Kipnis as we take a look at our keys to the game, brought to you by Wayside Furniture. For the Indians, will Lindor. For the Astros, will Correa break out? The 2 of them each have just 1 hit so far in the series. Danny Salazar, rhythm in delivery. When he gets into that rhythm, he's in for the long haul. He's averaging 6 2/3 innings per start, 103 pitches per start this year. I mean, he has been very consistent. Jason Kipnis taking a called strike.
Doug Fister, 6'8". Tall, slender pitcher. He has good movement on his fastball.
Upstairs. He had a great season 2 years ago with the Nationals. He went 16-6 with a 2.41 ERA. Kipnis lines it into left center, and he's got his 3rd hit of the series.
Kipnis had a hit in the first inning last night, going at about the same spot. He gets that pitch. It's elevated a little bit. He takes it to left field. Stayed on it nicely, so gets the Indians started.
And up comes Francisco Lindor. And takes a strike. Lindor has 18 hits on the year at home, 18 hits on the road. Now the 1-1. He fouls that off the foot. There's a lot of buildup and talk surrounding the matchup of the American League Rookie of the Year winner last year, Carlos Correa and Francisco Lindor. But as I mentioned, neither one of them have really factored into the series. They both played brilliantly on defense, which you kind of come to expect, but offensively, neither one has really had a hand in it. And you do wonder, Rick, if under the surface, while they wouldn't probably be forthright in admitting it, if there isn't maybe a little extra added pressure they put on themselves to try and, you know, be really special in this matchup.
Well, I mean, there's been some pretty good pitching going on in the two-game series here.
Double play ball here. And Correa takes care of his counterpart to end the inning. Indians get a hit. Astros will take their turn at bat against Danny Salazar when we come back. First, the Astros come to bat. Here's the starting nine for A.J. Hinch and his ball club. Jose Altuve leading it off. George Springer, hitless in the series, bats second. Carlos Correa third. Then it's Colby Rasmus. Switch hitting Marwin Gonzalez, Luis Valbuena, Carlos Gomez. Max Stassi gets his first start, and so does Jake Marisnick, batting ninth.
And Danny Salazar is our Northern Ohio Honda starting pitcher today, and coming off a beautiful start where he had such great rhythm, free and easy against Kansas City. 7 2/3 innings, just 4 hits allowed, had 9 strikeouts, walked 1, but he was very smooth in that game.
Altuve goes after the first pitch and fouls it back out of play.
It wouldn't surprise me to see a lot of this. The Astro hitters trying to be aggressive off Salazar the way he's pitching. I'm sure they watched the video. He's been all around the strike zone.
One ball, one strike. Straighten him up. Altuve, couple of hits. He's driven in 3 runs in the first 2 games of the series. Upstairs, couldn't get to that one. And it's now 2-2. Way outside. And he's run the count full. Get that off the plate, and then it caught a piece of him, and then it got Yan Gomes.
Yeah, he tops this ball right down, hits the plate. Got a piece of him, and it goes straight up in the air, and it comes down to get Gomes.
And the payoff. Line right back up the middle. Altuve starts the game off with a base hit. His 3rd knock of the series.
Well, this guy can get after the fastball. This one's down enough for him where he can handle it. He swung at one earlier. It was upstairs. That one was right about the belt or a little bit below, and he takes care of it and drives it right back up the middle. So Altuve is on. We'll see if he gets the engine running and tries to take off.
Started the day 7th in the American League in batting average. That'll help. George Springer doesn't have a hit in the series, but he's drawn 4 walks, 2 in the first game, 2 in the second game. Good matchup here. I mean, Altuve, you know, is a tremendous base stealer. The Indians do about as good a job as anyone at slowing the run game down.
Well, Altuve 13 out of 14 on the year. In the last game, right before we came in, he stole 3 bases in a ball game.
Just missed outside.
Come on, Georgie. Come on, George.
Close that time, but Bob Davidson gives the safe sign.
Well, the Indians have only allowed 8 stolen bases on the year. As you see that throwback, he gets the hand in. The only other team better than the Indians are the Texas Rangers, who have allowed 7. All you can do is give your catcher an opportunity, and Salazar does, but right now he's got to find the strike zone.
He's missed again. 3-0. Almost threw that one away. Ball 4. So he's got to get refocused on the guy at the dish. The Astros are going to make him pay here early.
Well, let's check out the Indians defense, brought to you by Jeep. Behind Salazar this afternoon, it's going to be Bird in left, Davis in center, Chisenhall in right, Uribe and Lindor on the left side, Kipnis, Santana on the right, with Gomes doing the catching. Well, that's what happens when Altuve gets on. He can put a little added pressure on you. As a team, Houston lead the league in stolen bases with 28. But right now you have to get into your rhythm and get the hitter and throw some strikes.
Carlos Correa. Swung on and missed.
Nice little breaking ball there. He comes back with his first slider of the day. And a very good one to start Correa out in the count, and you can see the swing. Excellent location.
Well, that's the whole thing. I mean, if you're an Astros fan here right now, how do you swing at the first pitch after he just walked a guy in 4 straight? But he's thinking he's just going to lay one in here to get a quick strike, and he's already had his mind made up he was swinging.
Well, right now he's having a tough time throwing that fastball for a strike. It's a good thing Gomes called for the breaking ball.
There's a good blister right over the outside corner.
Might be the best one he's thrown yet.
Two on, nobody out here in the first, and a 1-2 pitch. And couldn't get him to chase. Evens the count.
It was a good pitch because he wanted to see if he could get him to go outside the zone in a 1-2 count. I like the location, like the pitch. He just didn't go after it.
So Danny can get Correa to do what Lindor did, which is hit into a double play. Just off the outside edge, full count. Well, it's a rough start for Salazar. He's thrown a lot of pitches to the first 3 batters already. And he's walked. The bases loaded. Well, the Astros looking to strike early. And when you set it up for them, you're asking for trouble. Colby Rasmus will be the batter. And Rasmus has already driven in 28 runs for Houston.
And he's one of the best in the league at hitting with runners in scoring position. Remember, in game 1 off Kluber, he jumped on that first pitch and drove in a pair. He's hitting .406 with runners in scoring position, and he has the bases loaded and nobody out. And Houston looking to jump on Salazar early in this one.
And Dan, that's where he's had success, kind of backing off a little bit here.
Changeup. He's done a number in his career with the bases loaded too. 5 grand slams.
Just a little bit low, 1-1.
It's been the pitch that he's had a tough time throwing strikes with is the fastball. You're going to see it. It's down in the zone.
That's a pretty good looking pitch. I mean, if you're not going to get that, he'll be here a while. He chases the off-speed pitch that was way out of the strike zone. And now it's 1-2.
Changeup is down and in. And you get the swing. You got to get it started for his fastball. And that's, I mean, he has been outstanding this year against left-handed hitters. Coming into this game, they're 7 for 68, just a 103 average.
Well, Danny hasn't given up any hits. He leads the majors in batting average against. It's 142 average for hitters against him. But it started with an Altuve single, then back-to-back walks. He misses again with a heater, 2-2. Swung on and missed. He strikes him out. Another category where Danny is very good. Tied for 7th in the league in strikeouts. That's number 44.
Well, right now, Salazar's throwing better off-speed pitches than his fastball. Let's look at the sequence. Changeup, strike one. Fastball, good pitch, didn't get the call. Changeup, down and in, swings over the top. Missed with another fastball, gets him. So right now, his off-speed pitches, he has very good command of. He's staying behind it, and it seems to me he may be just overthrowing the fastball because he's in a jam early. But he got the big first out. And it happened to come off the left-handed bat of Rasmus. Good guy to get.
Gonzalez, the switch hitter, takes low, ball one. Gonzalez started in the series opener, pinch hit last night. And a base hit late in the game. Bases loaded, one out, and the fastball right at the bottom of the zone. That time he gets the call, and it's 1-1.
Well, you know what? That's the thing. That was the same pitch that he threw to Rasmus and didn't get the call.
Same one. It wasn't.
This time he got the call.
A true carbon copy. Yan Gomes trying to nurse Salazar through a rocky first inning. And Altuve single followed by back-to-back walks to Springer and Correa to load the bases. We got Rasmus on the strikeout. Now Gonzalez with the infield double play depth. They are shifted toward the right side of the infield. And he ties him up. It's 1-2. He's thrown 25. Obviously, when you walk a couple in the inning, it's going to be tilted on the wrong side of things for Salazar.
Well, it all started out of the stretch after the first hitter. Never had time to really settle in and get a good feeling or a good rhythm going, but now he's trying to work his way through it. So far, doing a good job. Nice.
Swung on and missed. He struck him out. Another good changeup for Salazar, and there are two down in the inning.
You can see the left-handers, boy, he's just overmatching with that changeup. That's been a dominating pitch for him. So he's almost through it. Again with Gonzalez, everything was down in the zone. He got the call strike on and that other pitch. It was a low fastball, got that call. Then changeup and changeup. And gets the strikeout. So he's walked two, struck out two.
And Luis Valbuena to go. Valbuena has 3 hits in the series. And that's a great pick by Yan Gomes. 97-mile-an-hour fastball, but he's not been able to really consistently get the fastball in the strike zone. This one a spike job right in front of the plate. But how about Gomes?
You know, normally you don't spike the fastball. It's usually an off-speed pitch, but that was a beautiful pick.
Floated the changeup high, 2-0. This does not bode well for Salazar, even if he can get out of this, for getting deep into the game. Closing in on 30 pitches here in the opening frame. But no damage done to this point. Good fastball outside edge. Not a pitch Valbuena wanted to swing at it unless he had to.
And that defense has been standing around out there because there's a lot of balls and there's a lot of swings and misses. Nothing put in play other than the Altuve single.
And the 30th pitch of the inning. There's a strike right down the heart of the plate. I'm not sure what Valbuena was looking at. And he's one pitch away from getting out of a serious jam. And a foul into the Astros dugout. I don't know if you're a fielder, I don't know if it matters if it's the first inning or the 5th inning or whatever inning. When you stand around and you've got seen 20 some odd pitches go by and you haven't had a ball put in play, it's got to be a little boring.
That's what I'm saying. Well, there has been a lot of pitches that's been out of the zone or swings and misses. But Salazar one pitch away from getting out of a bases loaded no out jam.
Swung out and missed. He struck him out, and Danny Salazar pulled himself up by the bootstraps and got out of the jam. How do you like that? A base hit, 2 walks, loads him up, nobody out, and then punches him out 1, 2, 3. Danny Salazar, I mean, on one hand he's happy, on the other hand he's frustrated. He got out of it, but he wasn't happy with the way it started, loading up the bases. Well, Mike Pocta says now opposing hitters with the bases loaded against Salazar, 3 for 19 with 10 Ks in his career. So it's so weird how sometimes when teams load bases, they put the pressure on themselves as hitters.
Well, Danny made some great pitches to get through that one. Struck out the side after loading him up and helping him, at least with 2 walks.
Fister throws one up out of the strike zone. It's 2-2. You can see Danny and Mickey Callaway almost by his body language alone. It sounds like he's saying he got things sped up on him a little bit. But Danny, so much about his success is tied to that rhythm and the tempo.
Yeah. Well, you could notice it, but you know, he was knocked out of it with the leadoff single and then had to go from the stretch.
Strike 3 call. 1 down here in the second.
Well, this time Fister's going to go away. That ball on the outside edge gets a call. Napoli goes down, his first strikeout. And just watching Fister, you know, it seems like everything's between 85 and 86, but he cuts it, he'll sink it, and he'll 4-seam it. But it's all about the same speed.
Well, if he keeps slicing the edges like he is, he's got a chance to be successful.
Well, I remember him when he pitched with Detroit. He always pitched a lot like this. Stay out of the hitting lane, just stay on the outside edges, move it in and out. And you know, for a big guy, good athlete.
I don't know how big of a difference it is, but you know, going back to his time in Detroit, he was low 90s with that heavy sink. Now, if he's in the mid 80s, just he's got to make sure he's sinking it, not leaving it up.
And stay, yeah, keep it out of the middle. Well, that's what I'm saying, but it's all the same. I was looking, I'm thinking, okay, when's he going to throw his fastball? Because it looks like a sinker. But and then I'll see a 4-seamer, and that's 86 too. Oh, that got to 87.
Reach back for a little something extra.
Yeah.
Here's the 2-2 now to Santana. And a curveball strikes him out.
There you go. So back-to-back strikeouts here in the second for Fister. And it's a good curveball. It's about it's 72 miles per hour, so that's 14 miles off of his normal stuff that he's been featuring. And that's the big slow hook that'll keep a hitter honest.
Marlon Byrd takes a called strike. That's 6 straight thrown by Fister. And Marlon swings at a ball that's probably letter high, but he's in the hole 0-2. You see a guy starting to pepper the strike zone like that, you don't want to just give him an easy strike. Marlins, you know, from what we've seen, he's an aggressive swinger. You've got Napoli who works the count. Marlon likes to get up there and put it in play. And he's going to dump one in for a 2-out single.
And he got up on top and just fought it off and throws it the other way. Well, Indians baseball is live with MLB.com at-bat app. You can stay connected all season with radio, broadcast, video, highlights, stats, news, and more. Download MLB.com at-bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your smartphone and tablet.
Gomes swings at the first pitch, fouls it over the top of the Indians dugout. Gomes trying to snap an 0-for-13 slump at the plate. 2 quick strikes. Up and away. One interesting element to the splits for Yan Gomes: 7 for 43 at home, 8 for 45 on the road. But all 3 of his homers have come away from Progressive Field. He strikes out, and the inning is over. Middle of the second, no score in Houston. Something to smile about today, and the Astros mascot Orbit has been busy when the Indians have come out to stretch every day.
He stays over there and messes with everybody, doesn't he?
Marlon Bird looks like Dark Helmet from the movie Spaceballs.
Look at that.
Remember Rick Moranis?
Yes.
May the Schwartz be with you. Carlos Gomez takes outside ball 1. Danny Salazar struck out 3 in a row with the bases loaded to get out of a jam in the first. And a opposite field squibber gets through for Gomez.
So again, they get their leadoff man aboard. That one was just placed perfectly on the slider, off the end of the bat. Santana at first couldn't move. Kipnis just could not catch up to it. It gets into right field. So Danny going to be out of the stretch again.
Max Stassi to the plate now for Houston. Stassi was called up from AAA when Jason Castro went on the paternity list after the first game of the series. He and his wife Maris welcomed his son Brady yesterday morning. So congratulations to the Castro family. Runner goes, pitches in the dirt, no chance for Gomes. And Carlos Gomez has his 4th stolen base on the year. Astros are a team that uses the run game.
Well, and it was a good pitch. They picked the right one because it was Gomes had a tough time picking it out of the dirt, and he wasn't going to be able to get up to try and make the throw. Only the 9th stolen base given up by the Indians this year.
Astros with their league leading 29th steal. Also stands to reason when you've stolen the most, you've also been caught the most. And 11 times they've had a base runner thrown out. how these guys can lay off some of these pitches as close as they are with 2 strikes, but they probably figure, well, I can't hit it anyway, so take my chances with the judge behind the plate.
By the way, Salazar had sleeves on to start the game. Took them off in between the inning. There you see on the left was that first inning. So he made an adjustment. You know, this is the 3rd straight day that I know you're upset that the roof has been closed. And it's been pretty nice weather here since we've been here.
Well, strikes him out, blew it by him. Consider the other day we were in Cleveland and they announced the 59-degree first pitch, and they said it was the warmest game time temperature we've had all season long. And then we come down here and it's 80 every day, and they're like, oh, it's too warm. Come on. 4th strikeout for Salazar, 1 down for Jake Marisnick. And he is just 1 out of 16 on the year.
That's another one spiked. That had to be a changeup.
I think Danny's just frustrated. You can just tell.
He is. He's talking to himself right now. I mean, he's having a ongoing conversation with himself as that ball bounces in. That had to be the changeup. Absolutely out in front of the plate.
What's probably most frustrating in a game like this is that you know you're having troubles commanding the baseball, but you punched out 4, so you know it's there. It's just, where does it go pitch to pitch?
And he was so smooth and easy and fluid in his last start, you know, so you expect something to carry over, and he knows he's what he's doing wrong, but he just can't make the adjustment, it seems like.
Wow, just over the top of the Astros dugout, and those folks behind there had no chance to react, fortunately. Time call because somebody on that ricochet, somebody got hit pretty good over there. And Jake Marisnick sitting there with a 2-2 count. Struck him out. Boy, this is just confounding. Danny Salazar has struck out 5 Houston Astros, and he doesn't have it today.
Well, and this is a backup breaking ball here, and you see it just took off and it stayed on the same plane and almost went back inside, and it tied up Marisnick. But he has his 5 outs all on the strikeout pitch.
Oh, if Lindor had been able to sneak in behind Gomez, they had that timed up pretty good, but he was not on the same page with Danny. That is a timing play, and they're just going to put Altuve on with an intentional walk. 8 straight outs in this game have been by a strikeout if you go back to what the Indians did in their last turn at bat.
Well, there you go. They're not going to let Jose Altuve put a ball in play, they're going to walk him. You'll have a force out and make Springer come in and beat you. Springer walked in his first at bat. But this is a guy that finds a way to get the barrel of the bat to the ball, so I don't blame him. Springer struck out 37 times on the year, so and he leads this team. So you go ahead to take your chance, especially the way Salazar's been getting his outs, all on strikeouts.
I mean, Danny's closing in on 50 pitches already here today. Does have 2 outs. A little bit low, ball 1. It can't be a whole lot of fun for the hitters facing, you know, you're looking at it from the bench saying, come on guys, we got to get him here. Like, well, you go up there and try to get him. I mean, because if he doesn't walk you, you're not really getting anything to hit anyway. I mean, the Gomez hit, he pulled off of that ball and he was just fortunate that it found a hole. Altuve did barrel one up on a 3-2 pitch to start the game, but that's it.
Well, you don't come into the game with a 142 opposition batting average and they're going to have good swings on you.
Just a bit outside. 2-0. But this is kind of their best game plan to this point. Just don't swing.
Well,
hope he walks you.
Well, that's you got a chance. 3 walks, 5 strikeouts. Already 50 pitches here. We're only in the 2nd inning. They left 3 stranded in the first. They have 2 out there now.
Out of play. Yeah, Danny's been having a lot of one-sided conversations out there on the mound. Now the 2-1. 3 balls and a strike. Carlos Correa would be next. Let's see what Springer's doing here. 3-1. And it's outside, ball 4. Bases are loaded for the 2nd inning in a row.
See if Callaway comes out and says anything. He hasn't moved yet. I'm sure they talked to, you know, in the dugout. Gomes going back out, but again, they have the bases loaded. They have 2 outs, and still the leadoff hitter put a ball in play, and that was it. Nobody else has touched it.
Well, I know you can't abandon your fastball, but if it's not working, you've got to work around that right now. At this point in the game, it's not working. So,
well, it's not working for strikes, but you got to keep him honest because you can't just throw 3 straight changeups. He might be able to, but
time was called, and this game just can't get started. It's been a stop and start pace from the get-go. Danny's been out of the stretch the entire game because the leadoff men have both gotten the board. Chopped in the hole. Lindor has to go to second and got the inning-ending force. The Astros have stranded 6 through 2, and we have no score in Houston. figure out what adjustment, if any, he can make in between innings here, because it has been just a look at Mickey Callaway, Mr. Positive. Hey, you're all right. That's his job right there. It's just been a study in frustration the first 2 innings there. Here in the third, Lonnie Chisenhall takes the breaking ball for a strike. And Lonnie rifles one into left field, and the Indians get their leadoff man aboard for the first time today.
Well, there you go. That little sinking fastball. Chisenhall stays on. Hits it where it's pitched. Takes it to left field. Third hit. Now the Indians have had a single in every inning. First time they've had their leadoff man aboard.
It's always a good approach when you get that sinker baller. Juan Uribe 0 for 4 in the series with 1 RBI. Call a strike to put Fister ahead of the count. Outfield straight up for Houston. So is the infield. That gets away, and Lonnie can take off. And he can run all the way to third. Now he's going to stop at second base. That ball got hung up. It looked like it was going to keep going down the line, but it must have
touched it.
Is that what happened?
I think. And they
here
called
comes
it a
Terry.
dead ball. Let's see. Let's see if a fan touches it over here, and they called it a dead ball, because I thought the same thing. It looked like it went off the back of Chisenhall's spike. See it jump up?
Oh, yeah.
There it is.
That's going to keep on going. I think you could easily give him another base
fan
there.
Interference. Well, that's what he's explaining to him right now. That fan leaned over and grabbed it.
Now the problem is, I think this is the old judgment call. Sorry, pal, you're going to have to go.
Yeah. Well, he helped the team out. They may want to give him a box seat. He helped him get an extra base. He should be standing on third.
At least a box of popcorn. He's going to third. There's no doubt in my mind he was going to go to third.
You're right. But the fan interference, it's a dead ball. But you know, that ended up helping out Houston there.
No, that's not good judgment on the umpire's part there. That ball was clearly going to continue down the line, and Lonnie was going to be able to keep on running.
There it goes, and now watch it hop. There he is. You're absolutely right. He would have been on third base easily. So the error on Fister.
Jam job right back. It gets by Fister, enabling the runner to get to third. So Lonnie gets to third base on the play. Uribe is out number 1.
Boy, if Fister catches that ball, I think they had Lonnie in a rundown. But I thought he was going to get there, but he couldn't reach back in time. And if he can't do it, I don't think anybody could. Hit 6-8 with the reach, but they get the ground out number 1. And here's an interesting point. Houston bringing the infield in with early in this game.
Rajai Davis 0 for 1. And a little squib job to second base. That won't get it done. Good call.
Brought him in and keeps the runner at third base. Well, Friday on the weekend we'll start a series with the Minnesota Twins. It's going to be the first Sugardale Dollar Dog night of the season. Come on out. Dollar Dogs all night long. Add $3 sodas and $4 12-ounce beers. Go to Indians.com for your tickets.
Jason Kipnis with a runner at third and 2 out here in the third. Jason 6 out of 27 with a runner in scoring position so far this year. Overall, the Indians batting .261 as a team when they have runners in scoring position. And Kipnis delivers the big 2-out RBI hit to put the Indians in front 1-0. For Jason, RBI number 15 on the year, and he's 2 for 2 this afternoon. Both hits, Rick, just taking it to the opposite field.
He's done it's a nice job, a big hit right there. Stay on the baseball. He was looking for something, but he got elevated fastball. And he was able to stay on it, take it the other way, and the Indians on the board first. 14-4 when they score first on the year. So with a 2-out base hit, they draw first blood.
Lindor looks at a pitch up high, ball 1. Chopper towards second base. Altuve cuts it off, throws him out, ends the inning. But Jason Kipnis with the old backbreaker, the 2-out RBI hit, and the Indians lead it 1-0. Stay tuned later in the game for Miller Time. It's brought to you by Miller Lite. Guy's got a couple of tall boy Miller Lights. Maybe he's sharing with his friend. Who knows?
It doesn't look like it.
No, it does not.
His friend's having a bottle of ketchup and mustard.
His friend's got the wheel today.
Yeah.
Colby Erasmus will lead off for Houston. And a big curveball.
See if that keeps him behind the baseball.
play.
Danny could use a easy inning.
And a foul right back. Lifted high and almost through the girders into foul territory and out of play.
Well, Uribe was so far up the middle, he had to really sprint to get over there to see if he was even going to be able to reach it. And it got into the seats.
Almost got him to chase, but nothing doing. Swung on and missed. He strikes him out, and that gives Salazar a half dozen Ks this afternoon. Kia in the driver's seat shows you that coming into today, Danny Salazar in the all-important whip category was just behind Chris Sale. He's been in another world this year, it seems like. Walks and hits per innings.
Yeah, and Danny has walked. He's walked 20 on the year. Now he has 49 strikeouts.
Basically, that's measuring how much traffic you're
base
allowing.
runners you have, yeah, per inning.
That is smoke, and it is fair. Into the corner. Gonzalez on his way to second base, and he'll cruise in with a one-out double.
Well, Gonzalez got a pitch. This time it was a fastball in there. It wasn't the changeup where Salazar got him to strike out the first time up with the bases loaded. Couldn't put the ball in play. This time he gets a fastball, drills it into the corner, and gets his 7th double on the year. So again, they'll have another runner in scoring position. And it's a hit by a left-hander, which not many of them have been able to get off Salazar.
Luis Valbuena takes inside ball 1.
Just the 8th hit by a left-handed hitter off Danny this year.
Two and 0. Three balls, no strikes. And Valbuena draws a walk. So Salazar started the inning with a strikeout, then a double and a walk, and he's right back in hot water again.
It's a season high for walks for Danny. Season tickets offer the best perks, including savings and access to Tribe Rewards. And today's Tribe Rewards TV code is Salazar. You can visit Indians.com season tickets for complete details.
Carlos Gomez with a base hit in the second inning. And he takes a strike. Danny with a good fastball that time. Tried to hold up. I think he went around, and yes, Bob Davidson agrees.
Well, you know what? He was cheating in there, trying to open up on that fastball. He can't catch up to it. And that one came inside. Watch how he's trying to cheat on it. And he did go.
The 0-2. Swung on and missed. He struck him out, and Danny now has 7 Ks on the afternoon. 2 down in the third inning.
Came back with the changeup. You can see the grip in the glove. And there it is after that fastball inside. He pulls the string way out in front. 7th strikeout.
You could see him look back to the base runner Marwin Gonzalez at second base, and he just sort of shook his head as if to say, I don't even know what's going on now. 1 minute he's lights out, the next minute he can't find the plate. And he's already about to throw his 70th pitch here in the third inning.
Well, he had a start against the White Sox a few years back. 3 2/3 innings, and he had, look at him.
It's just like, whew.
Well, he's been talking to himself all day.
We've all had days like that where you're just like, I can't get out of my own way.
Remember that start in Chicago where he had, what, 10 strikeouts in 3 2/3 innings, and he was out of the game, and because he had so many pitches on that one
Absolutely,
game. And this is, you know, similar to that one. 5 walks in this game. But in that game in Chicago, they were fouling off a lot of high fastballs and working the pitch count. Here, he's his own worst enemy.
Slowly chopped to short. Lindor fires it over, and the inning is over. Somehow Danny Salazar has bobbed and weaved through 3. He has struck out 7, and the Indians lead it 1-0. ball. Jay Happ, he's back. 5-0 with a 2.05 ERA. First Toronto starter to get off to a 5-0 start since 1997. And that is rope foul on the left side. And that ball's hit deep to left field. Rasmus looking up. It is gone. It just did clear the wall. And the Indians lead is 2-0. Mike Napoli, home run number 7 on the year. Just barely leaking into the Crawford boxes. And the Tribe extends the lead. He almost hit one out yesterday. It hit off the fence. He built it out of town scoreboard. This time just over the yellow line.
Yeah, two-seamer stayed up coming in, and that one had some top spin to it as well. He hit one last night very similar and just gets over the line into the first row, but he puts a quick run on the board for the Indians. They lead it 2-0 on Napoli 7th. That's the 6th home run given up by Fister.
And you know what, Rick? I was thinking now that I believe
it's the
first home run in the series.
Yeah, it is for either team.
Santana grounds out. Time for an in-game update. Here's Al Pawlowski. Doesn't look good for the Twins, Al. They've lost 9 out of 10. Of course, they're coming to Cleveland for the weekend series against the Indians, but it has been a rough start for Minnesota. Valbuena with a lollipop throw to first gets Bird 2 down.
Talked about the homers. I mean, that's only their 2nd homer in the last 6 games for the Indians. They did have a couple against Kansas City on May 8th, but that's been it.
Yeah.
That was their 27th home run as a team.
And how do they stack up?
17 solo homers. I mean, in the league,
yeah.
They're 14th. The only one that has hit fewer are the Angels. And it was 1 coming into today, so
kind of puzzling
2 right now.
Not that they're a big home run hitting team, but there's a nice play by Correa, and he got it. Wow, Carlos Correa showing why he and Lindor are 2 of the best shortstops in the league in the series. They've made a bunch of great plays. Nobody can catch him where Napoli hits him, and the Indians lead it 2-0. ended the inning. He goes into the hole. Toughest play for a shortstop is this play right here.
But watch, he throws it. I mean, accuracy on the move. As his body is going away from the play, he ends up behind third base and in foul territory, but he's still able to put it on the money and throw out Gomes.
Pop foul, and that's going to find the seats. Based on what happened last night, there's a long way to go, but Todd Frazier hit his 11th home run today for the White Sox. He's on a roll. They lead the Rangers 4-2. Fourth inning in that ball game.
Yeah, it's been back and forth all series long. Seems like every time the White Sox score, Texas comes back and scores with them.
That's a good matchup, though, with Matt Latos and Cole Hamels going head-to-head. They've already both be roughed up a bit. Swing and a miss, and Danny Salazar continues to strike hitters out. That's number 8 on the afternoon. Our Levin Furniture player profile shows you the Houston Astros dynamic leadoff man, Jose Altuve. Back-to-back 200 hit seasons.
Yeah, we were here when he passed Biggio. Remember, Biggio was here to present him after he got to, what, 210 hits, I believe it was.
To the mound, Salazar with a chance to have an easy 1-2-3 inning now. He's retired the first 2 for the first time today.
Well, you look at the strikeouts that Salazar has had today. You see an off-speed pitch, a changeup. There's a good fastball, another high fastball, and now let's go with changeup. One that backs up on him, one that's down in the dirt. You get the swing and the miss, and that changeup is just filthy. 8 strikeouts on the day. He also has 5 walks, but you're right. He needs an easy inning here. Get this guy, get back in and sit down and let your team go back to swinging it.
George Springer looks at ball 1. Springer's walked twice today, so in the 3-game series, he has walked 6 times. Astros get on the board. His 7th home run of the year for George Springer, and it's a 2-1 ball game. That's the 1500th home run in the history of Minute Maid Park.
Yeah, that's right. For
the Houston Astros.
It's only the 2nd home run given up by Salazar. And Springer hit this one. He got all of it, no doubt. There's a fastball, middle of the plate, crushed it.
Well, you could see where Salazar was, I think, making a concerted effort to keep the ball away from him. He was trying to paint the outside corner, but he missed back-to-back. Had to come back on the plate, and it was almost like Springer was just zeroed in, saying, if I get something middle in, I'm going to get after it. And boy, did he ever.
Funny how the game works, though. Salazar in the first inning. Bases loaded, nobody out. He punches out the side. They can't score. They leave him loaded the second inning. He gets 2 quick outs. Chance to get out of the inning. He gives up the, makes a mistake. They hit one out of the ballpark and get on the board.
And like the Indians, the Astros, we've hit a lot of home runs, but a lot of solo shots.
Yeah.
Down into third. Uribe throws it over on the money, and the inning comes to a close. But George Springer gets Houston on the board. Liftoff. 2-1 Cleveland after 4. Indians baseball is brought to you by Levin Furniture. For the best deals on furniture and mattresses, shop Levin's. Lonnie Chisenhall leading off here in the 5th, takes ball 1 outside. Lonnie singled, came around and scored the Indians' first run back in the 3rd inning. The string on that baby, 1-1. Lonnie shot one through the left side of the infield first time up. This time Valbuena a little more off the line, trying to take that hole away. Foul right back. 2 balls. 2 strikes. If the Indians can win this game today, they'll head home having won 7 out of 9. They'll increase their record to a season best 3 games over 500. And they will have won. Lost track. How many straight series did that give them a win? Tigers, Royals. I'll give them 3 straight series wins.
Well, you have your opportunities. That to me is the key. You win the series, even though they.
Lonnie lifts one down the line. Is it fair? It is foul. Right in front of the pole. You can see that guy in foul territory who got the souvenir.
No, you'll get a good look at it here. Foul by plenty.
Never really had a chance.
Nice catch.
Foul back, stays alive.
Right, Doug. 4.
swatted at, stays alive. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Chisenhall leading off this 5th inning. Big Doug Fister deals. And Lonnie bounces it. Big hopper for Altuve. In-game recap brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Chisenhall scored in the 3rd inning on a 2-out RBI single by Jason Kipnis. And then Big Mike Napoli swatted one into the seats and left to make it 2-0. Next half inning, George Springer clobbered one out of here, and it's a 2-1 ball game. Lana Uribe grounded out his only time up. And Uribe looks at a strike. It's 1-2. In the hole, no. Hole closed by Gonzalez, and a flip to Fister. 2 down.
He made that play well closer to second base than first.
Yeah.
You can grab your Boys of Summer t-shirt on Saturday when the Indians will host Joe Mauer and the Minnesota Twins. 10,000 fans will receive this special t-shirt. Go to Indians.com for your tickets.
You know, we saw a moment ago Mike Napoli sitting on the Indians bench. Granted, he's playing today, but guys are telling me even when he's not playing, that's what he does when he's not playing. He's locked in on every pitch. He's not one of these guys who trying to tell jokes or goof around during a game. He's old school. He comes, he's watching the pitcher. He wants to know what's going on every pitch. And that's got to rub off, Rick, on some of those other guys. Davis slowly chopped toward third. Valbuena throws it out by half a step. The Indians go 1-2-3 for the first time today. They lead it 2-1 halfway through in Houston. Ice cream stretch, and that young Indians fan's taking advantage. 2-1 Tribe, bottom of the 5th. Colby Rasmus will lead off for the Astros. Salazar has struck him out twice here today, and the first time was a huge strikeout because the bases were loaded and nobody out in that first inning. And Danny punched out Rasmus, Gonzalez, and Valbuena to get out of trouble. center field. Davis. One down. Here's our great clip of the game from last night. Trevor Bauer. Boy, was he something else to watch. The way he went out and took down the Astros. 7 innings, 3 hits, shutout baseball, walked 3, struck out 7, 102 pitches.
Something about this ballpark that brings out the best in Trevor Bauer. It was a dandy. Last year, his first start of the year here. 6 innings, no hits, no runs. He had 11 punch outs in that start last year, 5 walks. Very good last night.
Out of play, left side. There's a chance this will be the last inning for Salazar, even though it's only the 5th. Closing in on 100 pitches. He's averaged 103 in his first 6 starts this year, so I don't imagine they'll let him go blowing by that by too many. Three balls and a strike. And that is a good pitch right at the bottom of the zone. Full count. Marwin Gonzalez, he starts out with those hands low. Can't catch up. Boy, that's a nice off-speed pitch. Number 9 for Salazar, 2 down in the 5th.
Another good changeup. Boy, and it just never gets there. You have to get it started as a hitter, and it's down out of the zone. And then...
Well, that one's set up so well because the previous pitch is 95 right at the kneecaps. And that pitch probably starts out looking like, oh, it's going to be in the same spot.
Right. And by the time it gets there, you've already committed. You're already swinging through it.
Luis Valbuena struck out and walked. Walked on 4 pitches his last time up. .50 out of 97 for strikes for Danny. So I mean, he's almost 50-50. In fact, I'd say probably through the first 2 innings for sure, he had more balls than strikes.
He sure did.
Even though he struck out 5 in those first 2 innings. Both times left the bases loaded. And just missed. 2-1. Still throwing 97, 98 miles an hour. Change up, floats high, 3-1. Okay, let's go mano-a-mano right here.
Yes, sir.
Full count.
Full count. You can elevate it. You can elevate it on Valbuena. He will get after it. He's a better low ball hitter than anything.
Hands up, walking him for the 2nd time. Well, he had a chance to have his first 1-2-3 inning of the afternoon, but he'll have to face Carlos Gomez. And our Buick stat of the game from last night shows that Trevor Bauer, 4 career starts, 2 here at Minute Maid Park. The Astros, they just as soon not see him for a while. Gomez went to a knee and couldn't square that one up. He got a piece of it. Redbird tells me it's a career high. 6 walks now for Danny Salazar.
Come on, go.
Double barrel action in the Cleveland bullpen. Lefty Kyle Crockett, right-hander Jeff Manship. The 1-1 is low and away.
Well, you gotta love it. The harder you swing, the tougher it is to hit it. He hasn't hit a home run this year, so and he keeps swinging harder.
Have you seen a guy swing any harder than that?
No, I mean that's his MO anyway. Just keep throwing that pitch right there, the same result.
Twice he's spun himself into the ground on this at bat. And Danny Salazar said, "You're no match for me." 10 strikeouts for the Indians right-hander. And after 5 innings of play, it's Cleveland 2, Houston 1. By Sports Time Ohio is back. It includes your first drink. So call your friends, catch the game from the corner or the new drink rails in left field. District tickets available only online. Indians.com/district ticket. Jason Kitten is leading off. He's a perfect 2 for 2 with an RBI.
About 3 for 3. What a great approach today.
Boy, he's been on the ball all 3 times.
Yeah, I mean, he's taking it the other way. He's forcing Fisher to try and pitch him inside because he's taking everything the other way. So he's had a great approach here. And that swing, all 3 times he's taken it the other way, and he is 3 for 3.
Lindor shooting one to deep left field. Back is Rasmus on the track. Reaches up, leaps and makes the catch, and back to first goes Kipnis. Fine play by Colby Rasmus in deep left field. He goes back onto the track. And Rick, you don't see left fielders go back the way he did with his shoulders turned. You usually see him turn the other direction, but he went back on this pretty easily.
Well, and that's you play the left field here. You play shallow and you go back on the ball, and he's able to make the play. That wall, as we said last night, is your friend. This was one of the tougher plays, though, but he didn't drive it over his head. He had a little air underneath it. He was able to catch up to it and put it away.
It's the first out recorded in the air this afternoon. Of course, Mike Napoli hit one in the air, and it went into the seats for a home run. Slowly chopped to third. Valbuena goes to second. There's one. Altuve turns two. Double play gets Pfister out of the inning. 2-1 Cleveland. The 6 coming up here in Houston. Don't forget to stay tuned after the ball game for Drennan Live. Bruce will be all cranked up and ready to go today. Cavaliers sweeping their way to the conference finals. Who will they meet? What do you think, Arch? Will it be the Raptors, or will it be the Miami Heat?
I don't know.
Still pretty much up in the air.
It really is. Miami was able to come back and win that last game, evened up. So.
Well, Bruce will have lots to chat with you about after the ball game here today. Cleveland Clinic called to the bullpen for Tommy Hunter, as he will try to hold the Indians in a one-run ball game. 5th appearance since he was activated. He's got the 8, 9, and leadoff spots in the order for Houston. Danny Salazar went 5 today. I mean, it's one of the most bizarre lines. 5 innings, 6 walks, 10 strikeouts.
Yeah, only 4 hits, and the one that hurt was the one that left the yard from George Springer. That's how they got on the board.
Now, of those 6 walks, it should be pointed out, 1 was intentional. Line on 1 hop to Francisco Lindor. I tell you, that's
made it look
play,
easy, didn't he?
And he did, and you know it wasn't.
No, sirree. That was really an in-between hop, but he never moved his body. He stayed right there.
He never even juggled it.
No,
it wasn't even a bobble.
It was clean. You watch, it's going down, and it's never moved, and it just makes it look smooth. It was in position. Good throw, and that ball took a bad hop on him. Wow. What happens when you have good hands?
Well, with one out, we're going to get a pinch hitter here for Jake Marisnick. Preston Tucker. I wonder if something happened to Marisnick. It's an odd spot to pinch hit in the 6th inning.
Well, Marisnick hasn't been playing. He has 1 hit on the year.
Yeah.
It's a 1-run game. You're going right now. Let's get after it.
Yeah, Marisnick 1 for 18 on the year. Tucker lifts one to shallow left. Bird says, "I'll take it." He does. 2 down. Injury report brought to you by the attorneys at Elk and Elk. Not a whole lot to tell you about as far as new news, unless Andre's got something down there. But Carrasco and Perez, Roberto had the surgery. He's just kind of wait and heal mode right now. And Carrasco's been working hard trying to get himself back as soon as possible. But you know, they told us at the outset it was going to be at least a month, if not more. Ball's hit high, hit deep, back is Bird, and it's off the wall. Altuve into second base with a 2-out double. If that ball's just a little bit more left, if he pulls that a little more, it's easily into the Crawford boxes for a home run. But instead, it hits off the fencing of the Indians bullpen at the 362 mark. And so he's got a double.
You're right. That was.
Let's go down to Andre. So you don't have anything to add on the injury front, but what do you have up your sleeve?
Well, what I have up my sleeve is Cody Anderson's in the bullpen. Was there last night, was there today, and will be over the weekend. He won't start until Monday. Remember, he left his last start with a cramp. They're pushing him back to work on the cramp, but also to continue working on the mechanics that they've had him. So he's not doing anything on the side unless he doesn't get into a game over the next 4 or 5 days.
All right. George Springer has walked twice and he has homered. He's had a weird series. He's had 6 walks, and the only hit left the yard back in the 4th inning. Well, obviously, he has the kind of power that could turn this game around in a hurry. Tommy Hunter. That's a fly, but it's low.
Back in the 4th inning, Springer got a fastball middle of the plate that he deposits deep into left field for his 7th home run, and that's how the Astros are on the board.
Couldn't get it off him. Tell you, the kid's got a heck of an eye.
Yeah, he
hasn't
does.
Chased at all.
No. For 8, 6 punch outs with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, Danny's been able to work out of trouble, or he was when he was in the game. Now the 3-1. Just straight heat right there. Good pitch by Tommy Hunter, but look, the Indians know that Springer's a guy, if you make a mistake on the middle half, he's going to hurt you. So they've tried to pitch him away. To his credit, he hasn't been chasing many of those pitches. And with the base open, I'm not going to just groove one here.
No, with his 2 walks today in his first 2 at-bats, he has 19 on the year, 2nd best on the team, trailing Rasmus, who has 20.
The 3-2. And look at that. He laid off a tough pitch.
Yeah.
I mean, that's borderline. I thought it was going to be called a strike, or at least had a chance. But Dale Scott says no. You be the judge. It wasn't. I didn't think it was that high, but evidently it was.
Well, it's not above the mask of Yan Gomes, I'll tell you that. It was right at his mask. Wasn't above it.
Well, here's Carlos Correa. Oh, nice breaking ball. Buckled him up right there. Kyle Crockett probably would be coming on next with the left-handed hitting Colby Rasmus due up. And a line drive base hit in the center field. The Astros will tie the game. Altuve scores. Springer to third.
Their first hit with a runner in scoring position today. And that ties the ball game. Made a nice pitch, but then he goes that fastball away, and he stayed right on it. He didn't try to pull it. Right over the head of Hunter into center field. No chance for Davis to do anything, and that is going to do it for Hunter. Got the first two out. An Altuve double, a walk, and now a single. And it's a tie game.
Big pitcher is going to be the left-hander Kyle Crockett. He's coming on when we come back. The Astros have 2 on. With 2 out, Kyle Crockett into the ballgame. The left-hander making his 5th appearance. No wins or losses. He's only pitched 2 innings to this point. Has struck out 3. Tommy Henner retired the first 2 to start this 6th inning, but the Altuve double. Then a walk to Springer, and Correa ties the game with a base hit to center field. Rasmus 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts on the day. quickly 0-2. Looks like it's all but over in Minnesota, where the Orioles lead the Twins 9-2 in the ninth. White Sox have just gone back in front of Texas 5-4 after the Rangers tied it. They're in the sixth. Upstairs, that took off long.
Comes right out though and gets ahead of Rasmus 0-2 before that high fastball. Correa with the first hit with the runner in scoring position for the Astros today.
Later tonight, Tigers Nationals. That'll be Max Scherzer pitching against his old buddies.
Okay.
Jordan Zimmerman going for Detroit.
Against his old buddies.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting tete-a-tete. The 2-2.
From 0-2 to 3-2. Now Correa at first will make sure that Crockett has to go home.
Checks on a ball that Crockett thought it was strike 3. Gomes certainly felt like they had the plate. They appeal, and that umpire said he didn't go, and now the bases are loaded again.
Let's look and see. He backs off. He reaches out the inside part of the plate, doesn't go after it inside, and that's it. Tito back out to the mound. Crockett on for one guy. And now he's going to go back to the bullpen.
All right, timeout again. Bases loaded with 2 outs in a tie game here in the 6th inning. Rivals collide when the Twins invade Cleveland to take on the Indians. It's a game you'll see on FS1. Corey Kluber matching up against Irvin Santana, and the action begins at 4 o'clock Eastern on FS1, or watch it live on Fox Sports Go. Zach McAllister coming on for the Indians. It's his 15th appearance this year. An ERA of 1.59. He's walked 6. He has struck out 10. More importantly for McAllister, with runners in scoring position, the opposition has gone 3 for 18 against him. He's got Marwin Gonzalez in a tie game, and the Astros have a chance to really break this thing open now.
They've had opportunities in the first and second inning with the bases loaded, and they haven't been able to come through.
0 for 4 on the day with the bases loaded.
McAllister has inherited 6 runners. Only 2 have scored. So he's trying to get out of a big jam right here in the 6th.
Oh, right back to him. Zach will flip it, and on one pitch, the inning is over. Astros leave him loaded, but Carlos Correa has tied the game at 2 as we roll on to the 7th. Baseball is brought to you by the Injury Lawyers at Elk & Elk, proud partner of the Cleveland Indians. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. And by Ford, built Ford tough. All right, 2-2 our score, 7th inning. The Indians will send up Carlos Santana, Marlon Byrd, and Yan Gomes. And Doug Fister has given up just 2 runs on the day. Preston Tucker is now in left field, and Colby Rasmus is in right. Indians have had a hit in every inning but the 5th when they went 1-2-3 for the only time today. Carlos pops it sky high. Third baseman Luis Valbuena. 1 away.
Yeah, the Indians haven't had the opportunities that the Astros have had. The Astros have left 12 stranded, where the Indians have left just 2 men on base.
If the Astros don't win, this will be one of those games where they will kick themselves over the lost opportunities.
That's where you have to take advantage of it. This is the rubber game. Indians would love to just take this one on home. And when you look at it, these 2 teams, for the Indians and for the Astros, when you're tied after 7, it's a big difference.
2 down. And that will bring up Yan Gomes for Cleveland.
Indians 2-3 when tied after 6. After 7, they're 0-2.
Well, this kind of gets back to that whole 1-run problem the Indians have had. 12 games decided by 1 run, and they're 5-7 in those 12 contests. I don't know if that speaks to their inability to just manufacture a run. Nice play by Valbuena. And the Indians go 1-2-3. Doug Fister has gotten better as the game has gone along here. Stretch time in Houston. We're knotted up at 2 apiece. Bottom of the 7th inning. McAllister got the final out of the 6th on 1 pitch. Will stay on to face Luis Valbuena. Carlos Gomez, Max Stassi due up. In the air, foul, out of play on the left side.
All right, come on, Luis.
He shoots that one into the seats over top of the Indians dugout. Zach misses up high. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count on Valbuena. We're in the bottom of the 7th, tied at 2. Minute Maid Park here in Houston, Texas. This ballpark opened back in 2000. The glass wall in left gives the park a lot of great natural light. 50 10,000 square feet of glass covers that wall.
And it's tough to see from sitting this way, looking out that way when the ball goes up in the air.
2-2. Jammed him, but he fights it off and whoops it in. Valbuena aboard to start the bottom of the 7th.
Well, he tried to go inside, and Valbuena pulls his hands in pretty well. Gets enough of this ball. Hits it into center field for a base hit, so they get their leadoff man aboard here in the 7th.
Carlos Gomez, 1 for 3, has struck out his last 2 times up. McAllister off the mound will flip it to Santana. 1 away on the sacrifice as Valbuena moves into scoring position. Hey, if you can't catch the games on TV, you can stream them live on your mobile device with the all-new Fox Sports Go app. Download the app, take Sports Time Ohio and Indians baseball with you wherever you go. Stassi taking. Oh for 3 on the afternoon. Just a bit outside, 1-1. Play. I was joking earlier about the roof being closed all 3 games that we've been here. But when you go back in the history of Houston baseball, and the Houston Colt 45s opened up play in 1962, the National League at that time didn't allow Sunday night games. There was an actual ban. You couldn't play. They lifted that ban because it was so humid and so hot down there. They let the Colt 45s play Sunday games at night. No kidding. Swing and a miss. Stassi down on strikes, 2 away.
Fastball with a little elevation here that McAllister makes a nice pitch, running it up around the letters, gets the swing and miss, gets the second out.
The amazing thing, Rick, is, when the Astrodome opened in '65, it was built as the 8th wonder of the world. It was the largest structure of its kind. It was mammoth. And now when you look at it, it looks puny compared to all the big stadiums that exist now.
Yeah.
Did you ever get there?
We only played a couple of games there, I think. One time I got there.
I just remember Jarrett Wright broke his finger. He was trying to bunt in Houston. Got hit by a pitch. He had his finger wrapped around the back too far. But that was what, 98 maybe?
That was a long time ago.
It actually, the most interesting thing to me about the old Astrodome, for fans who remember that facility, when it opened with natural grass. They had this idea that they could grow natural gas because they have the glass panels in the roof, and they thought it would work, but it didn't.
No.
And that's how they developed AstroTurf. That's how it became known. And within probably 5 years of that, everybody had AstroTurf.
Yeah.
It was all over the place. There's the Astrodome on the right, and there's the new Texans football stadium on the left. I mean, to think at one time the Astrodome was the biggest facility around, and now it's dwarfed by Reliant Stadium.
Well, everything's bigger in Texas.
Tucker takes a strike. Well, just think about what is it called now? Whatever the Arlington ballpark, whatever they call it. That ballpark opened the same year as Progressive Field, and just the structure itself is massive compared to our ballpark. Like you said, I mean, Jerry's World is right next door.
Oh my goodness!
Has its own zip code. There's a base hit on the left. Around third, Valbuena will score the go-ahead run. The Astros had not been able to come up with a hit in the clutch in the last couple of games, but they have finally broken through here in innings 6 and 7 with two-out RBI hits to take the lead.
And Tucker came in just last inning to pinch hit for Marisnick, and he flew out. That was the second out of the inning before they started and scored their second run. And again, another two-out base hit, and McAllister's day is going to be over.
So timeout for yet another pitching change. The fifth Indians pitcher to work here this afternoon will be coming in when we return to Houston. Has taken over this game with a couple of clutch two-out RBI hits.
Yeah, Correa did it last inning, scoring Altuve, and then here you have Tucker going the other way. He's going to score Balbuena, and those two hits, they're just 2 for 12. They couldn't get a base hit prior to that, but in the last 2 innings, they're able to push him across. It gives them a 3-2 lead now, and you have to bring Brian Shaw in to try and get out of this inning. The bullpen just could not hold it.
Jose Altuve. Two hits for Altuve. And a run scored on the afternoon. 1-1. You know, you talk about guys who are the table setters for a lineup. Top 2 hitters for Houston. They've been on 7 out of 8 times, but the guys who are supposed to clean up have been struggling. Correa does have 1 RBI, but Rasmus is 0 for 3. And has struck out a couple of times. But that's kind of where this game is at. Both teams have had their struggles. The Indians, it's been more so on the pitching side of things with the way Salazar came out and needed more than 30 pitches to get through the first inning, which is why he only went 5 innings. And they try to piecemeal it together with the bullpen the rest of the way, and it hasn't worked out to this point. Brian Shaw is the 5th reliever to work for the Indians. The 4th reliever.
Well, when you look at the perfect storm for the Indians, is that starter give you 7. You know, like last night, Bauer gives you 7. You have Shaw for 1, Allen for 1, and they're able to, you know, close it down. But when your starter only goes 5 innings, it's tough to bridge those extra couple outs. As we always talk about, 6 more outs you have to get. You got to get that 6th and 7th. And we're here in the 7th, and you're still seeing Brian Shaw come in, and now you're down a run.
He's trying to keep it a 1-run game and give the Indians at least a chance to rally back. Which won't be easy, because Houston, when they lead after 7, they are 12-1 on the year.
Yeah, and the Indians, when they trail, they're 0-12. I mean, you know, and a lot of teams. It's the same thing where a lot of teams do it. That's where you go from the 7th inning on. That's been the Indians, you know, nemesis. 2-7 in the 7th inning. You know, when the game is decided 7th inning or later.
Yeah,
they've had their issues late in the ball games.
Whoa! Everybody, come on! Everybody was heading to the dugout except Dale Scott.
Well, he saw the movement from all the players. You'll see a cutter that starts in, and it's going to go inside.
There. It's on the plate. The runner at first will be off. And Altuve chops one. Kipnis, tough play. Oh, he's caught safe.
Well, they're going to check it out, and I will say this: Bob Davidson was in an excellent position. His nose was down there, but Tito's going to go. He wants to take a look and challenge, and it's going to be bang bang. Kipnis gets the throw across. I thought they had him from the naked eye.
Oh yeah, he's out.
It looked like it to me. Let's see from another angle. See how long this is going to take. I don't think so. They're going to have to overturn that one, I would think. Sir looked like it. Yeah, he's out. They're going to overturn that.
Well, first of all, he was struck out.
Watch this. He's out.
And he is out, so the inning is over. But the Astros take the lead on a 2-out RBI hit by Preston Tucker. 3-2 Houston. telecast is presented by authority of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians. 3-2 Houston, 8th inning. And we'll see if the Indians can come from behind against the Astros bullpen. Will Harris will be the pitcher.
Harris has rattled off 13 consecutive scoreless appearances. Just 1 walk and 8 hits in the 13 and the 3rd inning. So he's been lights out for him. He's coming on in place of Fister, who went 7, gave up 6 hits, a couple of runs, did not walk anybody. Struck out 2. And moved the ball around and kept him in the game. He has a chance to be the winner.
Will Harris was terrific a year ago for Houston. Pitched in 68 ball games and had an ERA of 1.90. In the postseason, the Kansas City Royals finally solved him. He pops it up on the infield. Correa takes it 1 away. It was game 4 in the division series last year. The Astros were 1 win away from punching their ticket to the ALCS, and they had a 6-2 lead going into the 8th inning against Kansas City. Will Harris allowed 4 runs on 4 hits in 2/3 of an inning. The Royals were able to parlay that into a division series win. Took it all the way to the World Series title. Deal again. This time Bob says he went. Last time no, this time yes.
It's hard to tell from that angle.
Uribe rips it down to left field and kicks off the sidewall, and that's probably going to keep him from a double. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Another foot maybe, and that's down the left field line, and he's got an easy double, but because it kicks off that sidewall, he can't get to second base, and we'll get Jose Ramirez to come on and run for him.
And that's a big difference because there is 1 out in the inning. If it gets down the line, you can get yourself in scoring position, as you say, but it kicks out into play, and you can see where Tucker hustles in before Uribe could get to second base, and now Ramirez will come in and pinch run for Jose.
Ground ball, wide of short. Correa goes all the way to first. Got him. 2 away.
He goes the long way. I didn't know if he had a chance at Ramirez or not at second base. He chose to go to first. You get Davis, but you have that runner in scoring position now.
Well, Jason Kipnis is going to try to do what the Astros did to the Indians, and that is get a big 2-out RBI hit. He's been pretty good on the day. He had a 2-out RBI hit back in the 3rd inning that got the Indians on the board. Now first base is open. Brent Strom, the pitching coach, is going to go out and talk to Will Harris. You got Francisco Lindor on deck.
Yeah, that's going to be just pretty much a quick conversation to see how they want to go at it. But Kipnis has taken the ball. He's been staying back nicely. At least he did off Doug Fister. He had half of the hits that Fister gave up. He gave up 6, and Kipnis had 3 of them. We'll see how they choose to do it here. And boy, Tucker over in left field really coming in shallow.
Kipnis backed away, ball 1.
And to the line. You could see Gomez in center field. Last night, late in the ball game, Kipnis drove a ball over his head for the leadoff triple for an insurance run in the 9th inning.
And that spun Jason out of the way. It's 2-0. And again, the right fielder Rasmus, he's probably about 90 feet off the line. I'd say he's just about even with the second base bag.
And even maybe a couple of steps, towards center field. A lot of gap in right center, but
everything has been inside the Kipnis.
They don't want to give him any swinging room.
It's not like an intentional walk, but they're basically saying we're not going to let you slap one out there again.
Yeah.
And tie this game up. And he does fire one over the plate. 3-0. Three balls, 1 strike. With 2 down in the 8th. And a good pitch. He's able to get it by him. Full count.
This game with a fastball. Let's see where the location of it is. It was right there. Kip swings through it.
The payoff pitch in the air, right field, near the line, long run. Rasmus runs it down and saves the day for Houston. 3-2 Astros as we go to the bottom of the 8th. Harris stays in the game. He's at third base now for Cleveland. Brian Shaw will face George Springer, Carlos Correa, and Colby Rasmus. Springer, who homered in the fourth inning, tried to hit another one right there.
Well, 3 walks on the day and a solo home run. So what do you have? 2, 4, 7 walks in the series.
I don't know if he's just locked into a pretty good groove where he's seeing the ball well, but he just hasn't chased hardly anything that's been even borderline, let alone out of the strike zone. Kipnis fouled it and throws him out. They're saying he did secure the catch.
Yeah, it was a catch to begin with. Don't know if it came out of the glove.
Looking back at our keys to the game, brought to you by Mazda. Carlos Correa did have an RBI single that tied the game back in the 6th inning. Danny Salazar, really, it's hard to say if he ever found a rhythm. He found it momentarily, briefly, and then it was gone. He loaded the bases on the first 3 hitters of the game and then struck out the next 3. Loaded the bases again in the 2nd, but got out of it. Had 2 on and 1 out in the 3rd, got out of it. Gave up a solo shot in the 4th. And after he struck out his 10th batter of the game, his day was over because he was over 100 pitches in 5 innings today. In fact, Mike Bachta said he's the first Indians pitcher since Chuck Finley to walk 6 or more and strike out 10 or more in a ball game. In the air, shallow center. Davis makes the catch, 2 away. Looking ahead to the 9th for the Indians, it will be Lindor, Napoli, and Santana. By the way, down in Arlington, Texas has gone ahead of the White Sox 6-5 in that game. Todd Frazier went into the seats after a foul ball and suffered a laceration to his lower lip that required 5 stitches. He left the game and he's listed as day-to-day. Hit 10 RBIs in the series too.
Yeah, he was swinging it well. Big night, first night.
Missed outside. Now the 2-0 to Rasmus. Santana with a diving stop. High throw shot, kicks the bag, ends the inning as the Astros go 1-2-3. A nice play by Brian Shaw to end it. And now the last chance for the Indians is coming up when we come back. something that nobody else has been able to do, and that's get Luke Gregerson to blow a save.
Yeah, you go back, he's been successful in his last 16 save opportunities, which dates back to August 12th of last year. Not allowed a run in 14 1/3 innings.
Oh, Santana on the follow through really conked.
Yeah, he did.
Stassi in the helmet. He said he's okay, but.
Watch the follow through, the extension on the swing. Let's go with one hand, and boom, right on the mask. That hurts.
Gregerson's at Lindor way out in front, 0-2. Pulls it, fair ball. Easy out, 1 away. Lindor never got out of the batter's box, thinking it was going to go foul. As promised earlier, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Mike Napoli last night just missed, hitting one out of here off the wall. Today, just didn't get over.
I'll tell you, two similar swings, man, on two very similar pitches. When you look at it back to back, one had a little more topspin than the other. We need one of those right now. Oh, wow. Man, you talk about crossed up. That was right down the middle. That hit him in the mask of the glove.
It hit him in the glove, but Rick, it looked like almost like a guy that gets crossed up by a knuckleball.
Let's see.
I mean, it's right square in the pocket. Might have hit him on the thumb.
Yeah.
Don't know what.
Maybe that conk on the head did something.
Might be still seeing stars. 0-2. Napoli with 7 homers, 22 runs batted in on the year. It's 2-2. Carlos Santana waiting on deck. Indians down a run here in the ninth.
Well, this is Mike Napoli's way. Down in the count 0-2, but he finds a way to get back into the count. Gregerson 2 bad pitches after he had him down 0-2. He wasn't going to swing at those balls in the left-handed batter's box, so he's going to have to come and make a pitch.
He shoots one at right center field. Gomez over trying to cut it off. He will. Napoli's going for 2. Here's the throw. It's way offline.
Great hustle.
And Mike Napoli has a 1-out double in the ninth.
Love the swing and I love the hustle. Well, Napoli took a little something off. He's going to shoot him the other way. We've seen him do this before now when they need base runners. And that was a pretty good pitch away. He stayed on it, didn't try to pull it, and the good hustle. He's going to force Gomez to make a good throw to second base. Beats it easily. So Napoli gets into second base, his 8th double, and there's the tying run. He'll be carrying the mail. And he's going to push it. Go head first. Love it. Now you need a base hit.
Carlos Santana will get the first crack. Santana 0 for 3 today, 1 for 10 in this series. Almost have to take a page from Napoli's playbook, I think.
Take what they give you.
If you try to kill this guy, you're going to go right into his hands.
Sure you do. He put a nice short stroke on it. Hey, you only need a base hit here to try and tie it. It may not happen if you take him to left field. But you stay on it.
The 1-1. Santana drives one. That's in the gap. That'll get down. It'll go all the way to Towles Hill. Napoli scores the tying run. Santana on his way to third. No throw. It's an RBI triple for Carlos Santana in the clutch. And we are tied up at 3 apiece.
Oh, baby, they needed it. And I mean, you couldn't ask for a bigger hit right there into the gap of right center field. And that ball was away. He stayed on it, pulled it. They were playing him over to left center field. He gets it up on Towles Hill and gets a triple. His first triple, and now the infield is going to have to come in. There's the go-ahead run. And you're going to give Marlon Byrd an opportunity to get it in. I like the chances now.
And so that's the first blown save since going back to August of a year ago for Luke Gregerson.
Exactly.
Marlon Byrd with the infield in. Pulls it foul, third base side.
Look at Gregerson going from the full windup. Double by Napoli on a great job of hitting, and Santana follows that one up. Boy, it finally took him to get that hit with a runner in scoring position. And a chance to take the lead.
And Byrd waves at it. He's in the hole 0-2.
Like he had Napoli down 0-2. Byrd, 2 out of 3 times this year he's been able to do it.
He goes into contact mode now with 2 strikes. And he pulls it in. Oh, what a play by Correa. And throws him out. Holy Toledo. Correa looked like he was going to be eaten alive by that ground ball. Somehow he kept it from getting by him. And Santana has to hold at third.
Yeah, obviously not going on contact, and he just slapped it and kept it in front of him. Made a really heads-up play to throw it across and get Byrd. He was like a goalie right there. He was going to knock it down. He knocked it up. He grabbed it and threw him out at first base.
Stanley Cup playoff time.
Yes, it is.
Here's Yan Gomes. And he takes low, ball 1. Gomes 0 for 3 today. He has not had an at bat with a runner in scoring position yet. And that may be just what the doctor ordered. Instead, a ground ball to short. Correa, routine play, got him. And the inning is over. The Indians rally to tie it. But the go-ahead run stranded at third. Bottom of the 9th when we come back in Houston. Our Pat O'Brien play of the game just happened.
Sure did. Santana going outside and pulling that ball into right center field, tying the ball game with 1 out for the Indians. Napoli comes in to score. Santana his first triple of the year, and that was a very key hit for Carlos Santana.
Chamberlain on for the 11th time this year. He's got the 5, 6, and 7 hitters due up for Houston. Well, you've kind of look at this game right now, and it's a good news, bad news scenario. The good news, the Indians came back, they tied it, they can hold them here, you force extra innings. The bad news is the Astros have only used 2 relievers. Java Chamberlain's already the 5th guy out of the Indians bullpen. But as Andre told us before, Cody Anderson is in the Indians bullpen, so you've got a guy that could give you some length, and if this thing does go to extra innings, you might need that.
Well, this is the big game to win the series. This is one you really want to win. These are the crushers. You come through the point in time throughout the course of the year. These are games you have to win. Especially on the road. You're looking at the 1-run losses in the last road trip. Crushing blow. Now they finally come back and they have a chance to win it.
Foul. It stays a ball and 2 strikes. Padres stopped the Cubs' 8-game winning streak today. Beat Chicago at Wrigley 7-4. Only the 7th loss for the Cubs on the year.
Yeah, they've been on a big roll.
Off the glove of Java, he recovers and flips it to first. 1 away.
The Cubs were on an 8-game winning streak before that loss today.
Speaking of win streaks, Arizona had won 5 in a row to close the gap to a game on the Dodgers in the NL West, but they trail the Rockies 5-1. That game is in the 6th inning in Colorado. No, the Rockies are only 2 games out of first. And San Diego with that win.
Everybody right around the 500 mark.
Luis Valbuena, 1 for 2, 2 walks. He scored a run. Play. Just looking here, the Dodgers. I mean, the doubleheader for the Cubs today because they got rained out against it is. Because remember they got rained out, and that's probably San Diego's only trip.
Oh, okay.
To Chicago.
So they got another one tonight.
Yeah. Valbuena awaiting the 1-2 pitch from Jabba Chamberlain here in the bottom of the ninth, tied at 3. Just a bit outside, 2-2. Washington, Detroit tonight. Mentioned it's guys facing their former teams. Jordan Zimmerman going against the Nationals and Max Scherzer going against the Tigers. But the big story there, Rick, is Dusty Baker has put Daniel Murphy in the cleanup spot. Even though Ryan Zimmerman hit 2 home runs yesterday.
Yeah.
But he said this has more to do with the fact that he's got good numbers against Zimmerman. But he said, I might stay with it for a while, too.
Yeah, if it works.
3-2 pitch, swung out and missed. He struck him out, 2 down.
Well, that ball was, he swung at ball 4, and Chamberlain gets a strikeout. Watch this ball. It looks like it's going to hit him. Way inside. But boy, you take it. Played on the aggressiveness of Valbuena, gets the strikeout.
It seems like if you throw away to Valbuena, he won't chase it. But that,
yeah,
I don't know if it has to do with being a left-handed hitter. You see it so well, maybe. Didn't he do that? Was it Valbuena that swung at a pitch and hit him the other night, or am I thinking of somebody else?
No, it was somebody else. I don't think it was. It wasn't Valbuena.
Was it Marwin Gonzalez, maybe?
Yes. That was on Kluber.
Yeah.
It was Gonzalez.
This is the pitch we're talking about.
Yeah.
He swings. There. It clips him on the back leg. But something about that pitch for a left-handed hitter, it looks good. It looks like you can hit it, but you can't. The 1-1. Oh, he chased one way up out of
this guy's swinging at everything. He did have a base hit his first at-bat, a couple of strikeouts, and then his last at-bat he sacrificed in the 7th inning where they ended up driving in the go-ahead run at that point, the 3rd run of the game with 2 outs.
And the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And Gomez hears some boo birds here in Houston. We've got extra innings at Minute Maid Park, tied at 3. By Jack Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's, feed your wild side. Tenth inning, and this is going to be interesting because both the Indians and the Astros are 0-2 in extra inning games so far this year. The Indians have dropped 1 at home, 1 on the road. Both losses for the Astros in extra innings have come here at Minute Maid Park. The new pitcher is Scott Feldman, who was a starter, was bumped to the bullpen because of some ineffectiveness there. And he'll be facing Lonnie Chisenhall, Jose Ramirez, and Rajay Davis here in the 10th inning.
Yeah, something's got to give.
Somebody's going to get their first extra inning win here.
Yes, indeed. I hope it's a Tribe right here.
Chisenhall looks at a fastball for a strike. Feldman pitched a scoreless inning in the series opener. And Lonnie Chisenhall is a base runner here in the 10th inning, and that's the first base runner that Feldman has allowed since they moved him to the bullpen. In the 9th inning, Mike Napoli just reached out, poked a double, a hustle double with 1 out. And then Carlos Santana brought him home with a rocket shot up the alley. Santana was at third with only 1 out. But Carlos Correa made a terrific play on a ground ball hit by Marlon Byrd, and then Gomes grounded out to end the inning. So Jose Ramirez, the question, will he be bunting here?
Why not? Absolutely. He has a couple of sore hands. Why not?
Valbuena in on the grass at third. Ramirez squares, bunts it, foul.
You know, you get into these games, this is what you have to do when you're playing a 1-run game. You have to execute. Look at Ramirez is a guy, he's got to know how to bunt. You've got to get your bunt down. I mean, you got to put some pressure on these guys. They have to get their job done.
Squares.
And, you know, a couple of bad efforts. This is a guy that, you know, you have to learn how to sacrifice bunt. This is the
I'm
big
surprised.
leagues.
He's usually, this is the guy you would want probably up there above almost anybody.
Well, and you see where the bat is behind the plate. You have to get the barrel of the head, the barrel head of the bat out in front of the plate to at least bunt it in fair territory.
Shoots it to Valbuena at third. To second for 1 on the first, not in time. That almost got by Valbuena and would have been a thing of beauty for Ramirez, given where he was at in the count. But
the job not done. They don't execute, and they have 1 out and still a man at first base. And those are little things that have to be done if you want to be a successful baseball team.
Now I know Ramirez has the banged up pinky finger on that left hand. We'll see if he
let's see
tries
what kind
to steal.
of, let's see what, why not? I would. If I couldn't get the job done, I'd be thinking of stealing. We'll see if Feldman and what kind of move he has and what kind of time he has.
Out of play.
He is about average.
Down low. Davis pops it out of play. And a count of ball and 2 strikes. Rajay 0 for 4 today, 1 out of 11 in the series. Just missed inside. And a lot of the folks here, the big orange, thought it was strike 3.
Well, let's take a look at it. It's in off the plate, and it is.
The 2-2. Smoke foul. Three in the 10th. Indians trying to take the series from Houston and head back home for an off day before welcoming in Minnesota on Friday. Davis gets a piece of that to send it back to the screen, and we will get another offering from Feldman.
The Indians have out-hit the Astros at a 10-8. But when it comes to the left on base, it's the Astros 13 and the Indians 4.
Davis goes fishing, and that time they strike him out. 2 away.
Really took something off and slowed it down for Rajay and got him to chase his pitch. And they will get out number 2. Now that'll give Kipnis an opportunity.
Scott Feldman is a big dude out there on the mound at 6 feet 7 inches tall, but this is an organization that once had J.R. Richard, who was 6'8", and a guy by the name of Randy Johnson, who was 6'10". So,
well, Pfister started today. He's 6'8".
Yeah, that's true. You got some tall timber out there. He's literally the gray beard of the bullpen right now, and he's only 33 years old. Missed outside, 1-1. Cody Allen on your right, Jeff Manship on your left. All depends on what happens here in this 10th inning. It'll be Manship if it stays tied. Cody Allen will come on if they take the lead. Kipnis smokes it right field. Over to try and cut it off as Rasmus. He will, but flying into third base goes Jose Ramirez. And now the Indians have runners at the corners with 2 out. So Jason Kipnis with his 4th hit of the afternoon.
Yeah, he turned on this breaking ball, and it's down in his zone. Loved it. You were hoping that would get to the wall because Ramirez might have been able to score, but Rasmus cuts it off out in right field, holds Kipnis to a single. They have runners at the corner, still 2 out, so it's going to take another 2-out base hit here.
And Francisco Lindor to the plate. And a rough day and a rough series offensively, just 1 out of 12.
Be ready for anything that bounces in the dirt too if you're on third base.
A little bit low, ball 1. Up high, 2-0. Astros have a right-hander up in their bullpen. Mike Napoli waiting on deck. And a smash right at the second baseman. Altuve ends the inning. We go to the bottom of the 10th, tied at 3. Coming on for the Indians is the 6th Indians reliever to pitch, 7th overall pitcher in the game for the Tribe. They are left now with Dan Otero, Cody Allen, and potentially Cody Anderson.
Oh yeah, right. That's what I was going to say.
And the Astros are going to get a pinch hitter here as Tyler White will lead off as he bats for Max Stassi, the Astros catcher who was 0 for 4 here today. White is a big, strong guy with a big swing.
2 pinch hit appearances. He's 1 for 2 on the year.
And a strike is called. Did he go? He did, says Bob Davidson down at first in the count 1 and 2.
Yeah, breaking ball away, and you can see, yes, he did. It hasn't taken much this afternoon with Davidson down at first base.
Reached for it, chopped it to Lindor. 1 away. The only guy left on the Astros bench is Eric Kratz. But I assume he's going to be coming into the game now.
I would think so, yes.
So that'll pretty much do it for the Astros as far as guys on the bench. But they still have a full, more or less, a full complement of their bullpen at their disposal. Preston Tucker pinch hit in the 6th, flied out, but then put the Astros ahead at the time in the 7th inning with a 2-out RBI single. Fastball by Manship, throws it by him. Almost chased after that breaking ball, but held up.
Well, there's a few left-handers that like to swing at that breaking ball inside on this team.
Deep center field. Davis back and shy of the warning track, makes the catch, 2 away.
Long way out there. 436. Davis caught that one on the right at the start of the track. Still a long way to go.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out, Rick. I wonder if Towles Hill wasn't there and the wall just cut around, it would still be about 400
plus
feet,
yeah.
wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Just
It'd be over 400.
Track?
Yeah, I would think so.
The hill makes it a little goofy for the players. And the pitch low and away, ball 1 to Jose Altuve, who has 2 hits today and 4 hits in the series. That's called a ball, 2-0. Way outside, 3-0. Bullseye, 3-1. Two-out walk brings up George Springer.
Now what that does also is puts the pressure that Altuve can steal the base.
Wow, Terry's going to the bullpen. He's going to go for Cody Allen here. With a man on and 2 outs. Not taking any chances. He wants his closer. It's a tie game with 2 outs in the bottom of the 10th.
Deciding to go to Cody Allen now with 2 outs, man on first base here in the bottom half of the 10th inning. And on the year, it's his 15th appearance. 0-3 is the record, a 5.40 ERA. He's 8 for 8 in save situations, but in other times where he has not pitched in non-save situations, 6 games, an ERA of 12.60. In the save situations in his 8 games, a 1.08 ERA, and he's coming on now with Altuve on first base. Terry doesn't want him to steal, and you're facing Springer and then Correa to follow. Although there are 2 outs, so Manship went his 2/3 of an innings, that 2-out walk, and you're going to try and keep it right here and give your offense another chance to come in and try and score.
The 8th Indians pitcher to work here this afternoon. You got to wonder sometimes what it is about relief pitchers, in particular closers. That's what I'm talking about. When they pitch in non-save situations, it just seems that Cody Allen's not the only one. They have a tough time.
But I don't know if you'll ever get a straight answer from him. You know what I mean? Because they say, no, it doesn't matter whether it's a save. I'm out there trying to get 3 outs anyway.
Up and away, ball 1.
You know, Allen's been in games where he didn't come in with the bases loaded one time.
Altuve chased back.
Well, Altuve over there, if he feels he could get a jump, he'll take off. There's no question about it. He's got to feel like he can go ahead and try to steal a base. They've done a nice job. They did have a steal today. He did. I'm talking about the Astros. Gomez had a steal. That was the only 9th steal that the Indians have allowed this year. Cody is a little better than average getting that ball to home plate, giving Gomes an opportunity. But now the count in Springer's favor, 2-0. Good pitch.
George Springer has a very discriminating eye at the plate. He walked 3 times today, 7 times in the series. Has not really been one to go out of the zone to chase after a pitch. I'd say his last time up might have been one of the few times I think I remember seeing him swinging a ball that might not have been a strike. He had a sort of a soft liner to second base. Big breaking ball misses. 3-1. He walked him. The winning run moves in the scoring position. So back-to-back 2-out walks. And that has been the story of this game. Not so much lately, but the way it started. And if you're just getting home from work or joined us late, Danny Salazar got the start for the Tribe today. Gave up a leadoff hit and then walked 2 to load the bases with nobody out in the first inning, and then proceeded to strike out the next 3 hitters. Second inning, he had 2 outs, 2 more walks, loaded the bases again, but got out of it. Had 2 base runners with 1 out in the 3rd. Got out of that jam. Struck out 10 batters in his 5 innings of work, but walked 6 in the process and left with the lead. Well, in all, the Astros have left 13 men on base.
They're still 2 for 12 with runners in scoring position, and Correa got the first base hit with a runner in scoring position back in the 6th. It was a 2-out RBI single that tied the ball game up, and Tucker got the other one, but there's only 2 for 12.
Oh, he swung at a breaking ball way out of the zone, and it's 1-1.
Well, you get anxious. The youth, he wants to try and drive him in to win this thing. That's where the patience of Springer stayed off. There's a ball out of the zone. He could have been sitting pretty with a 2-0 count himself.
Utes? Did you say Ute?
Yeah, youth. The Utes.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Cousin Vinny. Well, that was a breaking ball. It wasn't a fastball. He got underneath it and that thing took off. I mean, they're going to say, but watch how he cuts underneath this breaking ball and it goes up and in. It's not the fastball like Correa thought it was. The fans thought it was, but no, it slipped out of his hand. He was trying to go back with another breaking ball and get him to chase it, and just got underneath it.
Here's the 2-1. In the air, right field. Back is Lonnie Chisenhall. On to the front edge of the warning track and makes the catch. And we will play on. We'll go to the 11th as the Astros have left 15 on base in the game. Extra innings are provided by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's, feed your wild side. 11th inning for Cleveland. Mike Napoli, Carlos Santana, and Marlon Byrd due up. And Ken Giles will come on now for Houston. He pitched a scoreless 8th inning Monday night with a strikeout. He has struck out 17 in 12 2/3 innings. He has walked 5 over that stretch. Eric Kratz is in the ball game. And that will do it for the Astros bench. It is exhausted. Mike Napoli swings and singles into left field, and the Indians get their leadoff man aboard for the second time in as many innings.
Well, he was the one that got it started back in the 9th inning with a hustle double, ending up tying the game. So Mike Napoli this afternoon had a solo home run in the 4th to lead that inning off. And this was the big hit right here. A nice stroke, good hustle double to get him in scoring position, and now he's leading off the 11th with a leadoff single.
And the batter is Carlos Santana. His last time up, he blasted a ball to the right center field alley that went for a triple. First triple of the year for Santana.
Okay.
Popped him up. Left side of the infield. Foul territory. Boy, oh boy. Valbuena makes the catch. Second time today that Santana has popped one up in foul ground to the third baseman. And with a one out, it'll bring up Marlon Byrd. Ken Giles came to the Astros from the Phillies in that massive trade at the end of the last season. Brett Oberholzer went to the Phillies. Mark Appel went to the Phillies. Vince Velasquez went to the Phillies. I mean, the Phillies got a pretty good haul in that deal. And Ken Giles came here, and everyone thought, well, he's going to be the closer. He had only saved 15 games for Philadelphia. It's not like he had this big long track record of 40 saves.
Well, right, his first year. But they felt, you know, after what happened to them against Kansas City, they felt they needed a power arm coming out of the bullpen. And they went out and traded for one instead of going out to try and sign one. And this is what they settled on. And he is not their closer now. Not to say he won't go back in there. He won't, you know, close in the future. But as of right now, he is not. It was Gregerson, and he blew his first save today. The Indians were able to get him.
Marlon Byrd trying to deliver here in the 11th. Down on the count now, 1-2. Giles is only 25 years old. I think that's why the haul was so expensive in the trade package, because you're getting a guy who's still under control. Not a lot of big league time, but the arm certainly is what attracted Houston. He's a native of Albuquerque, New Mexico. The 1-2. Pulls that one foul.
Hey, get him right here. Come on, man.
Byrd singled his first time up. Since then, he has grounded out 3 straight times to the left side of the infield. In the dirt. The irony there is that the base hit was the other way. He went to right field when he got the base hit, but the ground ball outs had come on the pull side. Napoli at first with 1 out. right back to the screen. Astros are headed to Fenway, where they'll open a 4-game series against the Red Sox tomorrow night. And they go on to Chicago to take on the White Sox. So there were a lot of people in the Astros organization after Seattle left town, divisional matchup, saying this is an important stretch for this club early in the year. You got the Indians, and you got the Red Sox, and you got the White Sox. And they felt like, even though people were disappointed in the way they started the year, this could be kind of a make or break trip early in the year for them.
Yeah, well, with the Indians win last night, it stopped them from winning their 3 games in a row. They haven't been able to do that.
Good at bat for Marlon Byrd. He's worked the count full. The Astros have not walked a batter in this game, while the Indians have walked everybody in the park. So it has seen 10 walks issued by Indians pitching here today. 3-2 pitch. He strikes him out. Two down.
Goes upstairs, letter high, and he's able to get the swing and miss. That was a good pitch by Giles. You can see he just couldn't get the hands up to it. That's what happens. He holds his hands down a little bit lower, but with 2 strikes, he rides that fastball up, gets the second out of the inning.
Well, here's Yan Gomes, 0 for 4. And he pops one up. Right field, Rasmus makes the catch. Well, leadoff single, but the Indians don't do anything with it. And we'll go to the bottom of the 11th. Still deadlocked at 3. Flaves checking out the ball game today here at Minute Maid Park. Let's go down to Andre Knott, who has more on Cody Anderson and his availability.
Well, after a tough week in Minnesota and Philadelphia just a few weeks ago, Terry Francona said he was going to sit down and talk to Cody Allen about multiple innings. He led the league in them last season, and he said maybe he took him for granted sometimes and putting him out there in situations he wasn't ready for. So today is big. This is the first time he's let him go 2 innings or multiple innings since that week they had in Philadelphia and Minnesota.
Well, it all stems when your starter goes 5 innings, and you know you're matching up from that 6th inning on is what happened today. So you're going through your bullpen quickly.
Colby Rasmus, then Marwin Gonzalez and Luis Valbuena. So all three left-handed hitters in the 11th for Houston. Back out of play. Checking the ball down and in. He didn't go. It's 3-1. Fouled right back. Well, behind Cody Allen, you've got Dan Otero and Cody Anderson. So it's getting down to the nitty-gritty. Pitch made by Allen here, and it's another ball. He's thrown 10 balls out of the 15 pitches that he has thrown. And the Astros have a leadoff walk. That's the 11th issued by the Indians. And Marwin Gonzalez to the plate. He is 1 for 5. Squares and took a strike. This time he squares and gets it down. Santana has it. Goes to first. 1 away. And a winning run into scoring position after the sacrifice.
Well, execution. Gonzalez able to do it. Puts one down. Moves the runner along. Now they have an opportunity. They'll have 2 chances to try and win this game.
And Luis Valbuena, the batter, he is 1 for 3 on the afternoon with a couple of walks and a couple of strikeouts. Indians go to a partial shift. Right side of the infield, pulled around, and then Lindor shading him straight up the middle. Strike called.
Yeah, started them off with a good curveball.
A little bit high, 1-1. Breaking ball fouled back into the seats, and it's 1-2. Well, for all the talk about the importance of the bunt, is it a good play? Is it a bad play? Is it a percentage play? All those things. If you go back and look at it, if Ramirez had been able to get the bunt down and get Lonnie Chisnall in the scoring position, he would have scored on the base hit by Kipnis, and the Indians would have had the lead in the 10th inning. Chopper. Big bounce for Kip. 2 away. Carlos Gomez has been something of a lightning rod here at Minute Maid Park. Probably because of his ability, his talent, his potential, but also because of his histrionics. He's kind of a polarizing figure. You either love him or you love to boo him. A lot of people are on the side of the booing right now.
Well, they have been. He struck out 3 times today. He has a sacrifice and he has a base hit. But you know how this game can be. You could be 0 for 4 and have one opportunity. He could be the hero. They'll all start cheering him if he gets a base hit. If he makes it out, they will continue to boo him. There's no doubt about it. But that's just the way the game is. But as bad of a day as he has had to this point, he could still be a hero.
We know one thing. He'll be swinging hard. And so with 2 down, Cody Allen lets it fly.
I was going to say, watch out for a bunt here because he's struggling. And that's what the one thing he did right today is he was able to put down a sacrifice bunt where he pushed it to the first base side. So Santana's got to stay even with the bag.
In the dirt, good block by Gomes.
Oh boy, that was a nice block. There's what you call that curveball, and watch where it hits and it comes back in. And boy, Gomes catches that ball.
It's a game saver. Now they're going to put him on, it looks like. A little surprising.
Well, you've got
Kratz, the
catcher. Yeah,
a lot of experience there.
No, he's been struggling this year. He played in last night's ball game. And for Kratz, he is 1 for 23. So you got to take your chances there, even though Gomez has had a tough day.
That's the 3rd walk issued by Cody Allen and the 12th by the Indians this afternoon. And Eric Kratz with a chance to win it for Houston and takes a breaking ball for a strike. Gomez goes to second, but that run doesn't mean anything. Now Cody wants to talk with Gomes with that runner at second base. He's going to bunt, and he pulls it back as Rasmus was starting to come down the line. And the count 1-1. Two down in the bottom of the 11th. Astros at second and third. Cody Allen with a 1-1. And a check swing. He went around, I do believe, and Bob Davidson concurs. Not that the Astros fans care much for that call, but it was the right one.
I'll bet he's had 5 of those calls today, and they all swing. It's been like that all day long on both sides.
Yeah. Now the 1-2. Swung out and missed. He strikes him out. And Gomes throws the first to end the inning. And we play on in Houston as Cody Allen survives another crazy inning. The Astros have now left 17 men on base. Active in the bottom of the 11th behind the plate, try to keep that winning run from scoring. Got a smothered ball in the dirt there, and then on the strikeout, got to make a good throw to end the inning. And because of that, we go to the 12th inning. And Lonnie Chisenhall going to lead it off against Tony Sipp. Sipp is the lone left-hander in the Houston bullpen. He's the 6th Astros pitcher to work today, 5th out of the bullpen. Still have Michael Feliz, Pat Neshek, and Josh Fields available. Lonnie flinched. It was called a ball. 2-0. Chased one up high. They're 2-1. Tied him up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, the count full, 3-2. Jose Ramirez waiting on deck.
This is the longest game for the Indians this year.
It's always on a getaway day, isn't it? Never seems to fail.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Here's the 3-2 again from Sip. And Lonnie beats it into the ground. Wide to third, a diving stop by Valbuena, and he throws him out.
A couple of times Valbuena's gone diving onto the ground like this, able to get up and throw him out at first base. Just does get Lonnie hustling down the line for out number 1.
One down for Jose Ramirez. Loop to right. And Rasmus makes the catch. He had to go a long way to get there, and he did.
That ball was sliced, didn't hit it that hard, and almost like he didn't get a good jump, but he ends up coming in running through the ball for out number 2.
And up comes Rajay Davis, who is 0 for 5 today, 1 out of 12 in the series. Upstairs, ball 1. The Indians have out-hit the Astros 12-8. But the disparity in walks is why the Astros have left 10 men on base more than the Indians. 17-7 in the LOB category. Two balls and a strike.
Come on, Tony.
Over those last 6 games, including today, Rajay's on base percentage has taken a serious hit. It's well below 200. But he's never been a guy that was a big walk guy, and I mean, he's aggressive.
Yeah, he's got the count in his favor right now. He can sit on a pitch.
Back out of play, full count. The real puzzling thing is, for whatever reason, that left-handed pitchers have given him more trouble than the righties. He's got a .194 average against lefties. But here's the 3-2 from Tony Sipp. Breaks his bat, and the shortstop Correa makes the catch. We head to the bottom of the 12th. Still tied at 3. Bottom of the 12th. Dan Otero coming out to pitch for Cleveland. He'll be the 9th Indians pitcher to work here today. And he's got the number 9 spot in the order. Preston Tucker due up, followed by Jose Altuve and George Springer. The only man left in the Indians bullpen now is Cody Anderson, who's just beginning to stretch and limber up in case he's needed. Preston Tucker came on as a pinch hitter in the 6th inning. And then in the 7th, he had a 2-out RBI single that gave Houston a 3-2 lead. It stayed that way until the 9th, when the Indians got an RBI triple from Carlos Santana that tied at 3, and it stayed that way ever since. If you joined us late, the story of this game is the Astros' inability to take advantage of the Indians' generosity.
Yes, they have been very generous today.
Indians have walked 12 Astros batters, but Houston has left 17 men on base.
And the Astros haven't walked a single Indian.
I know, it's been a bizarre game. Started out with a 31 pitch first inning for Danny Salazar, in which he gave up a leadoff single, walked the next 2 to load him up, and then struck out 3 in a row. And there is Cody Anderson, loose in case his services are needed. And the fact that he's getting up now would probably tell me that Dan Otero's on for no more than an inning. 1 down. Top of the order, and Jose Altuve. He has been on base 4 times today. 2 hits, 2 walks, and a run scored. And remember, Altuve's not a guy, even though he's a leadoff man, and he's under 6 feet tall, he's not a guy you can just groove one in there.
Oh,
he's got 9 home runs on the year.
Yes, he does. 22 RBIs. He's got a way he can hurt you.
Popped out a play to the right. No, I think it's 6 of the 9 have led off games.
Yeah,
just
for home runs. You're right.
Otero's 2-strike pitch right at the shortstop Lindor. 2 down. And up comes George Springer. Springer has been on base 5 times today. A home run in the 4th. The other 4 times he's walked. 8 walks in the series.
Well, he took a Salazar fastball down the middle and hit it way out of here. Back in the 4th inning.
Good boy, Georgie. Come on, George.
Springer has upped his on-base percentage nearly 20 points today. There's a long drive to right, but room for Lonnie Chisenhall, and we've got more bonus baseball from Houston, Texas. We're headed to the 13th inning, tied at 3. 13th inning here at Minute Maid Park in Houston. Tony Sipp worked a 1-2-3-12th, so he's going to stay on for the 13th at least to start, with the left-handed hitting Kipnis leading off, and then they've got right-hander Pat Neshek warming in the bullpen. 12 innings of baseball, and the Astros have not walked a batter. And let's face it, we've watched the Indians enough to know that the walk is a big part of their offense.
Sure it is.
Jason Kipnis has another hit.
What a day. 5 hits, huh?
Wow.
Talk about being on base.
Second time in his career he's had a 5-hit game, and they've all been singles. A number of them coming up early were the opposite way. This one drove in a run with 2 outs in the 3rd inning. He's starting to work his way around the diamond.
Yeah, he's had a great afternoon. And then this one right here, boy, he's put a good swing on the baseball all day long. 5 knocks. That's not easy to do.
Lindor squaring the bunt. Hold it back. If my math is right on this, let's see. .27 points. Jason's upped his batting average in this game. Lindor bunts it off the plate, foul.
Yeah, that's right. Came into this game hitting .263. He's up to .290 now.
We'll see. I mean, 5-hit games are pretty rare.
They're very rare.
He had one back in 2011 against Detroit. And Francisco Lindor, who was really on fire.
Maybe you can loan Lindor one today.
He's been cooled off by the Astros. 1 out of 13 in the series. And he pops it up back. He's pushing it. He's saying, get out of here.
He sure is.
It's foul.
You know, when you're having this kind of day, you're saying, please go foul. Don't stay in play. Get out of here. Go. Wind can't blow because the roof is closed.
And Lindor down on strikes.
Got him with a changeup, it looked like.
1 away here in the 13th.
Comes set, rushes at him, and gets the changeup. Outside edge. So gets the first out. Out comes
AJ Hinch going to make a change, Rick. He's going to go to the right-hander Pat Neshek with Napoli coming up. So a timeout here in the 13th. Go ahead, run aboard with 1 out. The Indians have Jason Kipnis at first base with 1 away. And Pat Neshek coming on to face Mike Napoli. Napoli's had a good day. He is 3 for 5 with a homer, a double, and a single.
Get it right here.
Fouled off the end of the bat.
Weird angle where he throws from. He has come on and inherited 10 runners. 4 of those runners have scored. But very quick to home plate, so tough guy to run on.
With Neshek into the game, that leaves the Astros with 2 left in their bullpen. Josh Fields, Michael Feliz.
This is that approach where hopefully Mike Napoli will use as he used in the 9th inning to shorten that swing and take it the other way. He's had a couple of really nice swings today. He's been their spark plug, like the leadoff man, and make things happen in this game for the Indians.
Skies this ball in a shallow right center. Rasmus comes in and makes the catch. 2 away. And that will bring up Carlos Santana. Santana had an RBI triple in the 9th. This is one of those games, I suppose, when you get to extra innings, there are most games where you look back and say, boy, if this, then that. For the Indians, it's easy to point back to the Santana triple, and then he's sitting there at third base with 1 out, and they couldn't get him home. Then in the 10th inning, you get the leadoff base hit. They're trying to bunt him over. They can't get the bunt down, and that comes back to haunt them later in the inning. The Astros, they're going to kick themselves if they lose this game because of
You could do it from the start of the first inning.
From the very first inning.
Exactly. This is one game that it could go on forever. It seems like nobody wants to win this game.
Hit off the end of the bat, and it's going to stay foul. This is one of those games too, I think, where if you're the Astros, regardless of how this finishes out, if they don't win, they're going to kick themselves because of the chances, and it's almost like you feel like you've got to win this game.
Well, whoever wins, it's going to feel good about themselves. Whoever loses is going to really feel bad about themselves because they both have had opportunities to win it. And you mentioned neither team has a win in extra innings. They're both 0-2 going into this one. And we are in the 13th.
I guess I'm looking at it from the Indian standpoint. I'm looking at it like if they win this game, they almost feel like they stole one. Even though they had the lead 2-0 early on, it just feels like they've been putting their fingers in all these holes all day long, trying to keep the dam from breaking.
Yeah, Houston's had many more opportunities.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, that's just the show pitch for that fastball. He's going to get something slow and slower.
It's too low. And Santana, slowly but surely, has worked the count to 2-2. Back out of play. If you're wondering too, you've been watching and trying to figure out, is Michael Brantley in the game? Is he out of the game? Is he going to play? Is he available? The likelihood is that he's not available. I mean, the shoulder has been a little sore. So Terry Francona's idea was give him yesterday, today, tomorrow's an off day. and hopefully on Friday he'll be ready to go. I think if he'd have been available, we would have seen him by now as a pinch hitter. So the only guy really left on the bench is Jimenez, the backup catcher. And no surprise here that Santana has patiently got himself back to a full count.
Well, it'll give Kipnis a head start at first. So if it's not hit directly at one of the outfielders, he may have a chance.
And if he walks him, Marlon Byrd is next. Low, ball 4. Boy, what a patient approach by Carlos Santana as the Indians have their first walk of the day. And Marlon Byrd, who's sort of the other end of the Napoli Santana spectrum. If he likes it early, he's getting after it.
Well, that walk pushes the go-ahead run into scoring position.
Byrd singled his first time up. One out of 5 on the afternoon, but he can put the Indians ahead with a hit here.
Well, the Indians today just 2 for 8 with runners in scoring position. Astros much worse than that.
Neshek with the 0-1. And Byrd pops it up. Might be playable. Marwin Gonzalez in the foul ground. Makes the catch. The Indians leave a pair, and we go to the last half of the 13th. Tied at 3. And the 10th Indians pitcher to work here today, and we would have to assume the last, is Cody Anderson, making his 6th appearance on the air. They've all been starts to this moment, so he should be able to give the Indians as many innings as they need from here on out, unless this really gets crazy. But at some point, Rick, these games become a war of attrition. You just start running out of people.
Well, as far as bench goes, you say Houston, they're done. They have nobody else on their bench. They do have somebody in the bullpen. The Indians now have exhausted their bullpen.
And essentially, they've exhausted their bench because Chris Jimenez is the only guy left, and he's your backup catcher. Astros don't even have that luxury because they've already put their backup catcher into the game. I suppose Brantley could be used if something were to happen and they need somebody to come in and run. I suppose he could do that. Carlos Correa takes outside. 1-1. Correa, Colby Rasmus, Marwin Gonzalez for the Astros here in the 13th inning of a 3-3 game.
Went with a curveball here and misses on the inside part of the plate.
And a foul back. The Indians scored first in the 3rd inning on a 2-out RBI hit by Jason Kipnis. A Mike Napoli leadoff homer in the 4th made it 2-0. But then George Springer got Houston on the board with a solo shot in the 4th. They tied it in the 6th, went ahead in the 7th. And then the Indians tied it in their last at bat in the 9th inning on an RBI triple by Carlos Santana, but they couldn't get Santana home from 3rd with only 1 out. And we have been deadlocked ever since. The 3-2 to Correa. A worm burner to short, and Lindor takes care of his counterpart. 1 away.
Well, they were sitting away. He ended up throwing that ball inside and jammed him. He tried to get it up the middle, but Lindor tracks it down, get Correa at first base. It's been a long day for him, although he did have the 1 base hit, 2 out base hit to drive in a run.
Yeah, here's Colby Rasmus. He's 0 for 4 with a couple of walks. And here's Lindor on the other side of the infield making a play with the shift on. 2 down. By my count, that's the 7th assist for Lindor here this afternoon. Busy as usual. With 2 down, Marwin Gonzalez steps in. Takes a strike. Now the 1-1. A big swing and a miss. By the way, George Springer, who I mentioned, had walked 8 times in the series. Red says the only other Astros to walk 8 times in a 3-game series, Lance Berkman and Jimmy Wynn. Down low, 2-2. And I'm wondering, not that I told him don't look this up, this is just me, my goofy brain. I'm wondering if those guys were walked intentionally, because all 8 walks for Springer, none of them were intentional in this series. Down goes Gonzalez, and Cody Anderson, his first turn out of the bullpen. 3 up, 3 down, including a strikeout. And we'll go to the 14th. case you joined us late or you've forgotten by now how we got to where we are. Jason Kipnis started it off with a 2-out RBI single in the third, and Big Mike Napoli went deep in the fourth, and it was 2-0. But in the bottom half of the fourth, it was George Springer who got the Astros on the board when he launched one to the Crawford boxes. And then after Carlos Correa tied it with an RBI hit in the sixth, Preston Tucker put him ahead 3-2 in the seventh. Stayed that way until the ninth. Santana launched one up the alley all the way to the wall. That scored Mike Napoli to tie the game at 3. And we have been deadlocked ever since. This is the 14th inning, and the new pitcher is Michael Feliz. Feliz is the 8th pitcher to work in the game for Houston.
Came into yesterday's game and had pitched an inning, had 3 strikeouts.
Down low. So Josh Fields is the last man standing in the Houston bullpen. And he's the last man available for the Astros. They have truly exhausted their entire roster outside of, you know, if they've got a starter that could possibly step in.
Yeah, well, they got to go. They play a game in Boston tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
The
They don't
Indians
have
are
an
off.
day, yeah.
No, they don't have an off day. They're on the plane. They're heading out to Boston after this one.
Gomes waves at the pitch and strikes out. One away. It's only the 7th strikeout for the Astros pitching staff.
There's Yosemite. We missed him. We're showing him in the 14th inning of Game 3 on getaway day. Where's he been all series? You varmint.
Monty Chisholm with a swing and a foul. Fastball paints the outside corner.
This
Guy's
guy's
got a good arm.
Yes, he does. I noticed that last night. He came in. He didn't mess around. He's faced 4 guys and he's struck out all 4. Make it 5.
And 2 down for Jose Ramirez. Ramirez belts one deep right center field. Kobe Rasmus onto the warning track, makes the catch, and that will end the inning. We'll head to the home half of the 14th. Still 3-3. 14th here in Houston at Minute Maid Park. And Cody Anderson, after working a 1-2-3 13th inning, stays on to pitch here in the bottom of the 14th. Balbuena, Gomez, and Kratz due up for Houston. Usually, to have a game with the kind of numbers that we have seen here today, it takes a guy who is extremely talented, but also prone to bouts of wildness. Balbuena lifts one high in the air, deep right field. Chisenhall back, and he'll make the catch in the middle of the warning track. You know where I'm going with this. I'm thinking of Sudden Sam McDowell, who could walk as many as he could strike out in rapid fire fashion. Back in May of 1970, he had a game in which he walked 10 and struck out 10 in 8 1/3.
That's like a minor league game when you're coming in the minor leagues and you see somebody doing that. Yeah, double digits and walks and strikeouts, about 200 pitches.
Now here today, Salazar didn't approach those kind of numbers. Maybe he would have if he didn't have the pitch count restraint on him that Sudden Sam would not have had back in 1970. But Danny was removed after 100 pitches here today in 5 innings of work. But with the Indians here today, they've walked 12 and they've now struck out 15. And Mike did a little digging.
Looking at 16 here coming.
And that game that McDowell pitched, in that game they had 17 strikeouts and 13 walks in a 17-inning game.
That was 17 as well, huh?
Yeah.
Now we got a few more innings then.
Carlos Gomez has struck out 3 times today. Make it 4. Cody Anderson with his second strikeout, 5 up, 5 down for the Indians right-hander.
Well, he comes back with a good changeup here. You can see the grip in the glove. He comes down, never gets up. Great location. And I think Gomez wants to get out of here and put a gray uniform on. It's not working out for him now. Look at, they got the rally caps on in the dugout. That's how bored everybody's getting here.
His rally cap is a golden sombrero. Eric Kratz fouling it back.
He may have to go see Yosemite Sam and get one of those sombreros. Out in left center field while he's out there. There it is. How about that? Is that the greatest stash
Strike
ever?
out 4 times in a game. You have to wear that around.
Look at the old Astros jersey. Beautiful. He may be pinch hitting next.
How much mustache wax do you suppose it takes to?
Man, I don't know, but that's beautiful. Pink Barman.
1-1 to Kratz. Low and away. Kratz is a guy, I mean, he's a big guy and he has power. But it's almost like his swing plane, he's got one spot. If you find that spot, he can hit it a long way.
Right. Yeah, we were watching him take batting practice yesterday. But a little different during the game. Yes, he did.
Yes, and see. Bob Davidson.
Oh, there's no question. His arm was up before he was even asked.
Bob could have been looking into the stands. Bob, did he go? Oh,
yeah, he went. No doubt. You kidding me?
Here's the 2-2 coming to Kratz. And foul right back. Here's the 2-2. Struck him out. Boy, Cody Anderson really sharp here today. Coming out of the Indians bullpen, 2 perfect innings of relief. He has struck out 3. 15th inning. And for the Indians, top of the order, Michael Phillies worked a 1-2-3-14. Rajay Davis pops it up 5 and out of play. It's out of play as well, and the count quickly 0-2 for Rajay. I mentioned before that, you know, he's an aggressive hitter, but even with his speed, you would think occasionally he'll draw a walk here and there. He has not walked when leading off an inning this year, and that's 38 times, including today. 38 plate appearances, leading off an inning without a single walk. And he's down on strikes. Jason Kipnis has had a solid day offensively, going 5 for 6 at the plate. All 5 hits have been singles. One of them a 2-out hit that drove in a run. Second time in his career he's had a 5-hit performance.
All right, let's think about this. Who was the last guy to have 6? Was it Vizquel? You know, because he had a chance against the Yankees to have a 7-hit game is the last time I recall.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Did Lonnie have a 5-hit game against Texas when he was on
3
fire?
homers, and what do you have, 9? But yeah, I think Omar is the last one to have 6.
Kipnis, or rather Chisnall, had all the RBIs in that Texas game. 9. Jason fouling it back. Oh, he's in a hole, 1-2. Lonnie was 5 for 5 that night in Texas. And a foul back. Well, Jason Kipnis putting up a pretty good battle here against Phillies. The 1-2. And a good breaking ball, and he's able to lay off. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Full count. Boy, you know, he's seeing the ball pretty well because he's spitting on close pitches. And
well, a hitter, you're right. When they can take close pitches, he's locked in. Everything's picking it up beautifully.
The 3-2. Smashed on one hop. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness gracious. Carlos Correa just robbed Jason Kipnis, and I don't even know how he did it.
He just kept his ground, and he picked it. It was like a matador right there, and just watch the glove come up. And that ball, look at that. Ball was by him. He took hit number 6 away from Kip right there. That might have been the hardest ball he hit today.
Wow. Now Lindor fouling it off. I mean, how many chances do you get in your life to have a 6-hit ball game and you get robbed on just a superhuman effort like that. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Lindor trying to avoid an 0 for 7. All right, back. When this day began, Lindor had a batting average that was 47 points higher than Jason Kipnis, and Kip almost caught up to him in one day.
That's amazing.
Here's the 0-2. And Altuve going to throw him out. Now Carlos Correa took a 6th hit away from Jason Kipnis here this afternoon. And we'll go to the bottom of the 15th, tied up at 3. Six up, 6 down, 3 strikeouts.
Yeah, great changeup right there. He's had a good one. Been able to get ahead of the guys, and that changeup has been the difference right here for the Astros. 2 strikeouts in the last inning. Now will be the big test because they're down there. You're going to have Tucker, and then back to the top of the lineup, Altuve and Springer. Those are the guys you watch out for here in this lineup.
And Tucker leading off takes a strike. Tucker put the Astros ahead with an RBI single with 2 outs in the 7th inning. It was his 2nd at bat of the game. He came on as a pinch hitter in the 6th. Since that RBI knock, the Astros don't have a hit.
No kidding. Yeah, it's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 innings.
By the way, Bart Sway tells me this is the longest road game for the Indians since 2010, when they went 16 innings in Anaheim and lost to the Angels 4-3.
I remember that.
Guess what? It was getaway day.
Yeah, it was. It was getaway day. We got in about 7:30 in the morning. Didn't we go out though on the road and start? We went and played the Diamondbacks 2 years ago. We had a 15-inning game.
Yeah,
it was a 5 hours. It was the longest ball game in that ballpark.
Yeah.
Just a couple years ago.
Jason Kipnis scoops it, throws it, and Tucker is retired, one away. To center. Great break on the ball by Rajai Davis, and he takes a hit away from Altuve. 2 down.
Well, he gets up. If he likes it, he goes to swinging right from pitch number 1. You see Davis coming in as that ball's sinking. Picks it up before it hits the ground. Always love to see that guy stay off the base.
And George Springer coming up to the plate. Springer, who has drawn 8 walks in this 3-game series. Mentioned earlier, Jimmy Wynn, Lance Berkman, the only other Astros to draw 8 walks in a 3-game series. None of Springer's walks were intentional, and Red couldn't resist. He went back and looked it up. Jimmy Wynn, no intentional walks. Lance Berkman was intentionally walked 1 time in those 8.
Well, Redbird, gives him something to do during this game, right? As if he doesn't.
Well, Springer with a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Cody Anderson 8 up, 8 down. And he blew it right by him. Cody Anderson, 3 perfect innings of relief, keeping the Indians in the ball game. We're going to the 16th inning next. Inning, and my uncle just texted me, and he ran a pretty tight ship when he owned a service station for many years in Steubenville, Ohio, and he said we should get time and a half pay from here on out.
Well, you know what? I agree with him. Make it double time.
Mike Napoli will lead off in the 16th for Cleveland, and he takes a breaking ball from Feliz. Feliz, he can flame it up there. He has struck out 3, and he's retired all 6 that he has faced. That was power versus power.
Yeah, right there, boy. I'll tell you. Got a good breaking ball. He's got an explosive fastball.
Painted the outside corner. 4th strikeout. And there's 1 gone on the 16th.
I mean, just rears back and says, here it is. Outside edge, makes a perfect pitch, fastball, and it gets there in a hurry.
Fastball just missing inside to Santana. Carlos had a big RBI triple in the ninth. But the next man up, Marlon Byrd, hit a shot to short, and Correa just threw his glove up, knocked it down, and made the play to keep Santana from scoring. And he made another unbelievable play on Kipnis an inning ago. Santana says, okay, you want to move over there, I'll hit it where you're not. And the Indians have the go-ahead run aboard.
His second hit. His first hit tied the game in the ninth inning with 1 out. So he'll take it that way. And the vacant hole at shortstop. Hit number 14 for the Indians. Now you got to find a way to get him home.
Come on, Michael. Here we go, Mike.
Well, Marlon Byrd singled his first time up, since then 0 for 5. Fouled out his last time up. And takes low, ball 1. Bounces it to first, and they get the force at second. The throw back to first. It's in time for a double play. Sandy Alomar throws his hands up as if to say, are you kidding me? He might have a challenge by the Indians.
Well, Davidson there, and he overturned one earlier where they did, and he's going to take a peek. He's looking back in, and they want to go again. Let's see. It was a nice pick by Gonzalez. Correa comes back. That's hard to tell. It was really a nice pick. They're going to go over there and
oh yeah.
I mean, again.
Bob's 0 for 2.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. They got to go now. Take a longer walk. Go down to over to third base. This will be a short one as well.
But either way, there's going to be 2 outs.
Yeah, that'll be a short one. Bob's, he's made a lot of calls on check swings, and he's made a lot of wrong calls at first base. Let's overturn it.
So Marlon Byrd is at first with 2 down, and Yan Gomes is the batter. Gomes 0 for 6 on the afternoon. And a swing and a miss.
Good boy, Patsy.
Right now, Gomes is really struggling at the plate. 0 for 9 in the series. That batting average down to 160. He is having a tough time. Don't know if he's picking the ball up, but he's swinging at just about everything.
Oh. The 0 for 6 today sinks into 2 for his last 41.
Wow. Boy, that's
tough.
That's some kind of slump right there. 2 for 41.
strikes out to end the inning. And we'll go to the bottom of the 16th. 3-3. Of the 16th inning. And Cody Anderson has tossed 3 perfect innings of relief. He has struck out 4. And he's got Correa, Rasmussen, Gonzalez due up for the Astros. Cody Anderson trying to recover in time won't do it. And he might have compounded the problem. No, it stays in play. Boy, if that goes into the dugout, then you had a real mess.
Well, you sure did. Gomes was backing up, but, you know, right there, Correa didn't look behind him. You know, he was trying to run through the base. He didn't take a peek to see, and that was a terrible throw. He's trying to rush it. Once he knocked it down, didn't really have a chance, so he probably should have just held it. But he made a bad throw, and look at Correa going straight down the line. Probably because he's exhausted. That was, wow. You're right. Snaps very lucky.
Snaps an 0 for 24 as a team for Houston, but we'll see if they can do anything with it. It's not like they hit it all that hard. It was just kind of a
knocked it down, that's all.
Correa does have 5 steals. He's only been caught once. Rasmus
off the end.
Shallow center. Davis comes in. 1 away. Now Correa's played pretty good defensively. This is the play in the 9th that kept the game tied. With Santana at third base, and then Jason Kipnis going for a 6th hit. He just threw his glove out there and stole it from him. The batter now, Marwin Gonzalez. One for 6. Struck out 3 times. Deep right. Back is Chisenhall. Goodbye. Houston walks it off in the 16th on a home run by Marwin Gonzalez, a 2-run shot. And they win it 5-3 and take the series. A game of pure frustration, really, for both teams in a lot of ways. But the Astros will board a plane feeling much better about things than the Indians, who will head home after this one.
Looked like it was a changeup right there. No, it was a fastball, and he turned on it. There was a line drive. And for Gonzalez, his third home run. But that got out in a hurry. And boy, that was a crusher. Right there, they hung in there. They finally got a big hit after the infield hit. They were, what, over 24 up until that single that led off the inning.
Yep. They left 17 men on base, but they go home a winner on the home run by Marwin Gonzalez. 5-3 is the final score. That'll wrap things up for Rick Manning and Andre Knott. I'm Matt Underwood. Thanks so much for watching.